Right?
Ooh.
Yeah.
I think that looks pretty good. Oh, that's not what I wanted.
Oh, you've got trees behind you.
I do indeed. That was to match my outfit. Give some
Nice.
coordination. Yeah, thank you. There we go. That'll do. And I'll get all this updated.
Hey, now your life. I mean.
Welcome to now. Putting this on Facebook as well, why not? There we go. There we are. Likewise, if people can have the stream working for me too. And remember, mute the tab, not the other things. And thank you. Thank you, Scott.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. So close.
You know what I found out the other day? I had apparently somebody gifted me a sub to Kitty's channel, and I was like, "Oh, okay."
Mm.
I'm like, I didn't know that was a thing. Like,
Yeah, people do it all the time. It's quite nice of them.
I'm like, okay, like, buy me stuff, sure.
So, welcome to the Keepers of the Golden Gate session 81.5. It's the story so far catch-up chat because we've had quite a roster change as the game has went on. And Scott is going to wonderfully recount all of the details people need to know.
Scott will try to recount all the details.
It'll be fine. But anyway, I am Ryan, the GM. It is the 5th of March 2021, and here are the players. You're first, Shan.
Oh, me,
Yeah.
Sean, aka the biological father, aka Bastiel, Warforged cleric. With me.
Yeah.
Hi, I'm Scott. Today I will be playing myself, a 31-year-old guy who doesn't really know what he's doing.
Hi, I'm Hannah, and I play Isla, the Tiefling Sorcerer.
Hi, I'm Kelly, and I play Serene, the Furbolg Ranger.
Scott, do you want to tell us who you are playing, maybe? Yeah, Scott?
At some point, yes, I will again be playing Crumbar, the half-orc paladin.
We do wonder if you ever truly not stop playing him. Anyway, so
I really hope I never do.
Let's start at the beginning.
Fuck that! I want to start in the middle.
That was Bastiel's line.
Oh yeah, so
I would say, as I know we're going to do this mostly out of character, but in character, wherever we are, Isla's definitely done that thing. You know they do in movies to show you're serious, where she's twisted her hair up into a messy bun. And she spread all her notes out around her. She's got color coordinated ink. And she's just ready. She's ready to ask all the questions.
I'll probably ask questions that Serene would ask, just not ask her, maybe.
Yeah.
That's
So
good.
in.
Or maybe I will. Who knows?
Yeah, if we do end up with anybody in the audience that cares enough to ask questions, they're more than welcome to ask things too. Whether or not that happens is unlikely. So, session 1, Scott.
that was the name of the first session,
That wasn't.
or that was the first session. Yeah, so session 1 was fun. It was so going back. It was the original cast, I guess, if you want to call it that, which consisted of Crumbar, who was obviously my own character, who's a half-orc paladin. We had Arya, who is luckily still with us, who is a half-elf druid. We had Kitty LaKill, who I guess at the time was a tabaxi rogue, and Reach, who I'm right in saying he was a full elf, wasn't he?
No, he was a half elf.
He was a half elf as well. Yeah, he was a half elf monk. So we all kind of woke up and we're in this. I don't actually know if you even want to pull up the art for the room because it was quite cool. It was like this big kind of oval room with a bunch of doors at like all the kind of like clock points almost. Like, so like 12, 1, you know how numbers work. Yeah, so there was all these doors, and in the middle was our Lord and Savior Celeste, or whatever the hell she might actually turn out to be.
So you all met Celeste together?
Yeah.
That's cool.
So the whole kind of premise is she had been sending us messages or somehow prepping us for this kind of "you are needed for greatness, Obi-Wan" kind of thing. Almost like the and then it was that kind of like at some point we'll get called upon. So yeah.
Also, my favourite part of this is where now whatever did you say that this is my favourite thing. Scott, thank you so much for all of your faith and encouragement over the year, and this was the amazing artwork he described.
It's just black.
I can see it on the stream. Everybody else can see it on the stream, hopefully.
Where is it?
Oh, it's dark.
It was just a circle.
No.
Yeah, but it had like doors and shit.
It had 8 big marble arches into the edges of the room, yes, and as you walk closer to them, your surroundings became like a nebula-style starfield. Yeah.
Yeah, I actually tried to walk. I just broke my pen.
One down.
Oh Christ, this is going well. Yeah, so it was like I remember actually because I walked through. I was like, all right, cool, let's go then, and I actually went off to the one to the left, and I just kind of ended up in a bit of a space bubble daze kind of thing. Until one of the guys came and pulled me out, and it was like, oh, and she was like, yeah, wrong door, mate, it's that one. So, yeah, basically, Celeste was like, hi, everyone. So, see that thing? Yeah, basically, you need to go stop a demon invasion into the entire world that will destroy everyone. Best way to do that is go find the Black Fang Spear and bring us it. Okay, cool, doors off to your left, bye.
Okay.
Yeah, so then we all kind of was just like, yeah, sure, we'll do that, and yeah, yeeted off at the door, and yeah, that's when we woke up in the Bitter Forest. I've almost called it the Black Forest there. I'm like, no, that's Valheim. So yeah, then we kind of stoated out, and I was literally going to say that if you look at my screen, but you can't because I'm not important enough. So we ended up at this kind of like there was a river and a wee bridge and stuff, and there was a wee like kind of bandit camp. There was 3 dudes there just sitting chilling. I think at the time we thought they were just random bandits, but as we kind of approached, one of them was like kapank and like tried to shoot us. So we were like, nah, son, you getting wrecked. 2 seconds. I need to just write stuff before my brain catches up.
What exactly is it you want to write?
Just that we encountered bandits.
Okay. I feel like if you're going to be recounting it and taking notes, it's going to be a lot slower than it can be.
Don't worry, I've got the notes, Scott. I wrote Bitter Forest Bandits.
Yeah,
I've got you.
The notes.
Yeah. I'm good. I've got a whole notebook. I'm so ready.
All the people.
Oh yeah, I've got my wee notebook
Let's
as well.
add bandits into the NPCs. Bandits.
Bandits. Yeah, so met them, and then we were like, like kung fu fighting and stuff. And after we defeated them, we found search about, and it was then that we found out that they were the King's Guard. Is that right?
Sure.
Ooh.
And yeah, they were basically like not just your run of the mill bandit things. And that was kind of where that session ended. It was just kind of like, kapoof, done.
Is that Kingsguard for Magna King of the World? Or...
Yeah.
Oh.
Or they were definitely like to do with him.
Oh, okay.
They were the Royal Army of Magna, yes.
That one.
Ooh, sure.
Yeah.
I'll write that down. Isla will underline it in 3 different colours.
There is also they dumped the bodies in a river.
I thought that happened in the next session, didn't it?
Oh, of course they did.
It still happened.
Yeah, it did. It was a thing.
So, yep. We good here? Is that one done?
Yep.
Okay, don't waste time then. Move on. Right.
So, session 2, we obviously started it in our tasty wee foresty bit. From there, we had kind of kept going along our wee path, and we came across like a house, but it was like I'm right in saying it was in a tree though.
No, it was a tower.
Yeah, tower tree, same thing.
No, very different. It was a tower.
I don't know. Like for some reason, I always imagined it was like built in a big, giant, hollowed out tree.
No, it was 100% ripped off from Tangled. You go under like some kind of spooky grotto thing, and you go in through, and then there's a big tower hidden from the world. Yep.
Hidden from the world. Yes, exactly. Yeah. So we went inside, because that's what you do. And while inside, we were like, "Oh, cool! Let's have a wee swatch about to see if there's in here." There was like magical bookcases and stuff where it's like, I'm trying to remember what it was. Like some of the books like we pulled out like didn't actually have any writing on them and stuff, but that is where we found Eremos, who at the time was still an annoying little shit, but not in the same way he is now. So yeah, basically, we met Eremos, and it was he was being weird just by genuinely asking like really random questions, and kind of had a very almost like, since like for the newer ones, like that kind of Arce's vibe, how she just like doesn't really seem to get with the program.
So like less questions, like questions that someone would ask if they'd been stuck in a tower for ages, or more weird than that.
I'm trying to think back to some of the ones he was asking, like just like.
The reason you're struggling is because you just asked him loads of questions.
Yeah, it was more like kind of answers, like
Okay.
like we've been like, how old are you? He's like, I think I'm 10. Yes, and he's like, how long have you been 10? He's like, the normal amount. But it's just like, right, is that like?
Yeah, that is a weird question to ask.
So what he means is Crumbar asks him a lot of weird questions.
I also threatened to put him in a bag or so.
Yeah, kidnapping was mentioned a lot.
Yeah.
What you skipped is the part where these bandits, who seemed to be part of the Royal Army of Magna, were guarding the entrance to this like secret grotto. That's also probably important information.
Okay, yeah. I'm going to write that in a different colour.
Okay. They weren't unrelated.
Yeah, I was going to get to that. Yeah, so Eremos was basically put there by, this is like maybe like skipping a few things and stuff, but Eremos was basically put there by.
But you don't
Magna.
know this? You don't know that? That's
That's
not a thing you know.
Was it not?
Who told you that?
Didn't Eremos tell us that?
No.
Oh, all right. I always thought he did. This is why it's good to re-go over things.
And at this point, you just think this is a weird 10-year-old boy.
Yeah.
Okay.
Was he in Omen?
Say that again, sorry?
Was he in Omen? Is that where he's from?
We don't know where he's from. Just that
You
we
don't know where
found
he's
him
from.
in a tower.
Did you not ask that in the barrage of questions?
If we did, we got a very vague answer that didn't really answer it.
It was not asked, where are you from?
I cannot believe that.
If it was, he probably would have said, here.
Valid.
Yeah, that's it. That's what I mean by we're very vague and weird answers.
You mean the way a 10-year-old would answer questions?
To a bunch of strangers armed very heavily. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But anyway, so we were like chatting away with this wee kid. Now it wasn't here we found out. Oh no! In fact, that's right. Because did he not be like, oh look, this what like Reach was talking to him about what his favorite books are and stuff, and he's like, oh, this is my favorite book, and like he opened it up and it was all blank. He's like, oh, it's not written yet, and it was like, okay, you creepy little thing.
Ooh.
And yeah,
Let's go over that, shall we? So, to review, they asked a bunch of questions to Ermos. Ermos did what as best he could as a 10-year-old accosted by strange adventurers as he could. Nobody mentioned the guards outside, which was lucky. And this 2-floor tower, the ground floor and the first floor where his bedroom was, the overhang, like a bit like a mezzanine. Yeah, that was essentially the gist of this place. And downstairs was like a table, some supplies and some sacks, and then a big wall full of books. And Ermos was asked, so, these books? And he goes, oh yeah, I wrote them all.
that's right. He did, right? Yeah.
And then Reach says, okay, what's your favourite one? And he brings out a book. And he goes, this is my favourite one. And there was no mention of it hasn't been written yet, to my knowledge, anyway. It was Reach that asked if he could have a book. Or Ermos gifted him a book regardless. And then Reach couldn't read it, and he goes, that's because it doesn't want to be read yet.
That was it.
So Reach was given a book by Ermos that seemed to have some kind of, post-reading date on it. Whenever the book wanted to be read.
Do you still have that book?
No, that book went away with Reach, I believe. I know we don't have it, but I'm sure I can't remember if it was that book's just disappeared with Reach or.
You have one Ermos book, but I don't remember which one. I think you have his favourite book. Yes.
Oh.
Okay.
Yeah. I think Reach took his away with him.
And Shan destroyed his.
Oh.
No, not Shan.
Oh.
Nope, you're skipping ahead and confusing yourself.
Yeah.
Because it's that So.
Give me a wee thing.
He means Eric, and it was Dane that gave Eric a book.
Was it?
Yes.
I thought it was.
See how I got all that before you even said it? Yeah.
Mm.
Anyway, session 2. Other things that happened in the tower. They slept downstairs in the tower. Ermos went up to his bed and slept, because, it's his room. And everybody discussed kidnapping. And then, no, I should do. So they rested inside. Crumbar slept with his back to the door so that nobody could just come in, And,
yeah.
Yeah, right? And this is from memory, Scott. I didn't go review no sessions. Then the party went to chat to him in the morning and they couldn't find him.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Yeah, because he was outside arsing about with trees.
He was sat under a tree reading a book.
Yeah, arsing about with trees.
Sat under a tree reading a book, yep. So Arya went to speak to him. And she was saying, well, we're on this big adventure, blah, blah, blah. Who knows what we're going to see? And he's like, oh, can I come?
And then it was like, yeah, sure. He left a note on the door as we were leaving, which Kitty managed to, sneak back and be like, haha, I'm gonna take your note.
The note said, "I have gone." Exactly. That was the exact
sorry?
words. "I have gone" was what the
Yeah,
note said that he wrote and stuck to the door.
But more importantly, the note was signed Black Fang Spear.
No, it wasn't.
Was it?
No, it wasn't. The part that he revealed he calls himself Eremos the Black Fang Spear is where Reach had asked, "That's a very nice quill you've got," and he goes, "Oh, thank you, it was a gift." And he's like, "Oh, from who?" And then he said, "Blessed." And he opened a part of his book that said, to Eremos the Black Fang Spear.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Really?
Ooh.
Yes.
Man,
Is
I
that-
have forgotten so much.
Yeah, all that
Was that-
homework you did for this, Scott, I'm feeling it.
I didn't
I know.
sit and listen to the entire sessions though, so I may have skipped over quite some bits. Right. That wasn't in session 2 though, was it?
Was that in his favorite book or in a different
That's
book?
in his favorite book.
Okay, so that's
Yeah.
the one that they had, but they don't have. You don't have anymore.
Nope, they have it, because it wasn't his favorite book that he gave to Reach. He gave Reach a book that he thought Reach would like.
Ah.
That seemed blank. Okay.
But weird stuff happens with that one.
So, this session continues, and they leave the grove and they make camp elsewhere down by the shore. And by the shore, I really mean like the near Shadowport, essentially. So very south of the Bitterwood, and very east, east of Glitterhagen. Okay. And that's when you and Reach spa.
Oh, that was brilliant.
And Eremos watches you spa. And then that's when you play your music with your pan flute.
Yeah, basically it was, everyone was kind of doing their thing where it was like Arya was off finding food, Kitty was setting up fire, and I was like, I'm out of training, so me and Reach had like a really great fight, and I think it ended up with me throwing him through a tree or something like that. It was quite an interesting way how we done it. Narratively, it was like based on dice rolls, and then it was like you describe what happened, and then you describe how you countered it, or vice versa, kind of thing. It was really well done. I liked that a lot. Yeah, and then in my victory, I was like, "Yay, pan flute song for victoryness!"
Yeah.
And yeah, then it just kind of like faded out on that.
That's why it's called Sunset and a Song. It's almost like the session title, Scott. Clue in what happened.
I was trying to remember where the sunset part came in.
Because it got dark.
Mm.
The sun set. Mostly that. Okay, it's fine. Session 3. Yep.
Session 3 was called Out of Reach. I'm trying to remember, where was it that we were going? It was Glitterhagen, wasn't it?
You just decided to go to Glitterhagen, yeah.
Hmm. 2 seconds.
Think out loud, buddy.
Just quickly writing something. So I'm trying to remember why we decided to go to Glitterhagen.
Because you don't have a boat. That's why.
Yeah, I think it was just literally like, it's the closest place, and it's like we're like, oh right, well we've got the Black Fang Sphere, so
Like if I bring up the details map on the stream. So it was the forest north of Shadowport that you guys had been put in. So in here.
Yeah, that's the
Bitterwood.
Yeah. And I think that was, I can't remember who it was, but didn't somebody kind of do a check to be like, well, looking at this leaf, we are closest to Glitterhagen.
No, you just went south of the water and went, well, we're just going to go a direction until we get to a city. Yeah.
Yeah.
Because you
I
didn't have a
I
boat.
knew it was.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we ended up in Glitterhagen, which is. I'm trying to Glitterhagen isn't magic, that's Horizon. I'm trying to remember what Glitterhagen kind of has about it. I know that obviously Shadowport's the crime bit. I can't really remember a lot about what happens in Glitterhagen.
Does anybody know anything about Glitterhagen in the team?
What happened in Glitterhagen?
No, I'm just saying, does anybody know anything about Glitterhagen? Because Scott seems to have forgot all details of the city.
It's the people's capital.
There you go.
That's what I've got written down.
Yeah. Didn't Plague come from there?
Yeah, Plagueil spent a long time there, yeah. He didn't come from there, but he lived there for a while, yeah. And worked there. Yep, exactly.
Okay.
Yeah, well remembered. So, yeah. It is the trade capital.
That's it. That's it.
It's got a lot of dwarves there because of that reason. And it's the only city that has direct connections to Anvil.
Oh, I was going to say it's quite close to Anvil, so yeah, it makes sense that there'll be dwarves. And in this one, we basically had a wee stoat about the place. Trying to remember if it was this one or next session. 2 seconds. Just going to skip into this video.
Think out loud. We're not going to sit and watch you watch videos constantly. Just close it now.
Yes.
Think out loud.
So I remember. So on the way to Glitterhagen, we basically woke up from camp, and this was kind of still in the middle of the night almost, and we were attacked by. Was it spiders?
Bats.
Bats. Yes. Which just seemed to keep coming and coming. There was
there were
hundreds
6 of them.
That was hundreds at the time, right? We were terrified. And yeah, the weird thing is while we were fighting, Eremos was just asleep.
Well, most people were asleep until they get woke up.
Yes, but
not everybody was just immediately awake. Remember, you were sleeping and were woke up by bats.
But the thing is, even after we all woke up, Eremos was still asleep. So it's okay, I guess you just have a snooze. We were fighting off these bats, which ended up a couple of them ended up straight up just flattening Reach, dead. But when that happened, we all woke up, and Eremos was awake, and he was pardon me. He was saying about how he had a bad dream about bats, and we were like, huh? So I still don't really know what exactly it was that happened, whether he made dream bats or he pulled us into a dream or.
So, to review, the party went to bed after the little spying session between Reach and Crumbar, and then they were woke up by screeching bats. They fought some bats, and Reach was downed. Reach met Celeste, and Celeste said, "Open your eyes." And then Reach woke up, and everybody was still asleep. Everybody.
Ooh.
And then Reach woke everybody up, and then everybody was like, "So that was weird."
Ooh.
Yeah.
Ooh, that's cool.
And then, so Reach was kind of basically explaining Reach explained to us what had happened, and Eremos was like, "Oh, I had a dream about bats," because you would, you creepy little fucking kid.
But you all also remember fighting
yeah.
bats. So you all remember the dream about bats.
Oh, because we were like, I was also fighting bats. And then, like, it was like, I was also fighting bats. I was also fighting bats.
Yep, this is a good use of
Everybody
time
gets
there.
a car.
So, next.
So next, we just basically continued on to Glitterhagen, which no, this isn't when we got the envelopes. That was when we were going to somewhere else. Sorry, I'm just trying to remember. Like,
So,
run
session
through.
4 is called An Inkling, okay, with ink being the predominant first 3 letters of that. Because they go to Glitterhagen, and then they get the feeling that they're being watched as they go through the crowds of Glitterhagen. And then Eremos runs away, and they can't find him for a bit, and they freak out. And then they think, what we'll do is, we'll go to an ink shop, because Adri sometimes has moments of sheer genius in character, quite frankly. And she's like, let's go to an ink shop, because of course he would go there if he spotted it. So
this
they head
is also
to
after I
an ink
yelled
shop,
out.
and then they buy him fancy ink after meeting Eric, Lord Eric Rainwood, who joined that game, or that session, I should say.
Yeah, so Eric was the guy who was like the feeling of us being watched. Turned out it was Eric who was like, yep, so.
I wouldn't even feel need to go over this. We've covered that, right? What happened next?
What happened next is we.
Oh, trust me, Kelly, I'm fully aware.
Yeah. I just so what happened next was that was when we got the ink, got Eric, and then we decided to jump on a boat to go to the Citadel. I'm trying to remember why.
Okay, so Scott, shush. Everybody else. So they got to Glitterhagen. They met Eric, and Eric said the magical name Celeste. It's like, she told me to wait for you guys. So here yous are. But what now? So he joined the group. Then Grumber's like, I'm going to go check in with the Golden Order, because that's who's here, and I'm one of those. And so's Reach. So they went and checked in with the Golden Order Hall of Glitterhagen. God, that was a hard thing to say.
Right.
And then what did they do? They then met the Great Gold Worm. That's who they met. That's not an everyday occurrence. Yeah.
Was that there? I thought that was at the Citadel we met him.
No. So, session 5, the one that's called Prove You're a Dragon.
Yeah.
Is the one where you met the Great Gold Worm. Because it was in, Disney's male god figure, which is, what you get Triton, you get Zeus, even the Sultan. Basically, big happy man with a beard. Yes. He was there with Commander Slowbass, the head of the Golden Order Hall of Glitterhagen. Yes.
Yay, Commander Slowbass, we
Anyway, so they met him, and Eremos is like, prove you're a dragon. Because he doesn't look like a dragon, obviously.
Yeah, because he was in human form.
Regardless of that, the Great Gold Worm said, the Abyss is a bit of a bother. You're going to go on a wee expedition, head to the Citadel, you're needed, go. And that's why they got a boat.
That was,
Good?
Yeah.
What happened next?
Yeah. So, after that, we got on a boat, which was what the session title, the Callista.
The Callista's Laughter, yep.
Callista's Laughter. So, we got on that. I'm pretty sure that that was a Golden Order ship, wasn't it?
Nope.
I'm trying to just... No, it was just a normal one. I'm trying to find the name of the guy who was on it.
Dimitri and Irina. That was husband and wife, first mate, like captain first mate.
Irina, Irina. So while we were on the ship, besides typical ship stuff happening of, boats and water and things, we ended up getting attacked by... Sorry, just burping a wee bit. We ended up getting attacked by like a kind of, I don't want to say ghost ship, like it was like a stealth pirate ship.
Yep.
So just
Pirates attacked the boat. That boat was
Yeah.
invisible. It was no longer invisible. People came off the boat. They attacked. They then got handed their ass. The boat vanished. Went on its merry way. And thus concludes the journey. Arena died. It was very sad. They made it to the Citadel.
We made it to the Citadel, where on arrival to the Citadel, we were greeted by a kind of gestury person who was like, you have got an invitation, and like, gave us these letters, and then just kind of like poofed. And we're like, oh, okay. The letters were an invite to meet with Justoria. Which, you know, at the time I find it so funny how like we were just like, blew it off, like, okay. But went into the Golden Citadel and we met up with quite a few folk actually in there. So, but mainly it was Zedreka that we ended up talking to.
Never met Zedreka. Nope.
Definitely not.
Nope.
Because
she didn't even exist then.
Right. Yeah. Because we had the quartermaster,
commander of the Golden Order, called Gil. Yes.
Was Gil there?
Yes, because that's who you went to the Abyss with. Yep.
Yeah, I thought it was Gil. Like, I swear I remembered it being.
So anyway, regardless of me and you hashing out the actual story, I'm telling you what actually happened. Yes. So mostly for the benefit of the people trying to catch up. So regardless, they went to the Golden Order Citadel.
Went to the Golden Order.
And then they were told the mission they were given, which is to go into the Abyss. Obviously, Reach and Crumbar are the only two actual members of the Golden Order, so they asked if the rest could come, and Gil went, I'm not taking a 10-year-old into the Abyss. I think that's fair.
Yeah. But
the party convinced him to.
Yeah. He ended up coming anyway, because, you know, why not take the danger of a 10-year-old with us?
And then 5 other paladins went into the Abyss. And then as they got to the bottom of the Abyss, look at us all at session 11 now, Scott, by the way. Look at us go. So they jumped into the Abyss, they got to the bottom, and by the time everybody had landed in the Abyss, they'd lost track of the other 5 paladins. So it was Gil and the gang. As they fought their way through many, many aberrations.
Oh, that was terrifying. So we fought through a bunch of guys, you know, as you would expect to do in the Abyss. And we ended up just kind of running, and we got to a place where it was like a black stone floor, and then all of a sudden, like, no one would follow us in. And it was like, okay, safe. But walking in more is when, can you pull up the photo of it? It was like this big kind of like Stargate looking thing.
Oh, yeah, it's essentially a black staircase, but yeah, I'll see if I can find it because it's actually a handout somewhere. At least it should be a handout somewhere.
And this was the first introduction of Vishal, who was, you know, basically opening up a portal, and out steps this big ass giant demon-y thing.
Do you remember how he opened the portal? There we go. On the stream should be the piece of art I used.
Yeah. Badass Stargate looking thing. I can't remember how he opened the portal. I remember Janus was there, wasn't he?
Yep. Janus was standing at the top of the steps, just observing.
I can't remember how he opened the portal now.
Okay, there was a ritual, right? Big ritual. And there were 2 things with him. Do you remember what they were?
2 things?
Yeah, there were 2 creatures with him, and he killed both of them.
Oh yeah, I'm guessing that he killed them. There were 2 things with him.
and that sacrifice seemed to power the ritual that seemed to tear open the breach.
I can't remember what was with him.
So, what's next? What happened after that? Because regardless, the breach opened.
Yeah. What did it look like? Was it like a devil or a demon or a goo?
What? Sorry, like that
A
cut
big
out for me.
monster?
Oh, it was just big demony thing.
The thing that came through? Big, huge Balor.
Yeah,
Oh.
good way.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh.
Mm-hmm.
Like a Of the Abyss as the rest of that title. Oh no.
Yeah, so
I'll get his art for it, don't worry.
oh, do you have art for it?
Yeah, I do have art for it, yeah. Carry on.
So in that, big demony thing steps through, and then Gil turns to us and he says, like, go warn my father or go tell my father. Something along the lines of go get my dad. And we're like, who's your dad? And then on that, Gil turns into a big gold dragon. And it's like, oh my god. And then Gil goes off and fights the demony thing. And we're like, okay, so guess we need to go tell your dad, who's the great gold worm. And we're like, shit, how do we get out of here? I can't remember if Eric approached Janus or Janus approached Reach.
No, Eric went up to Janus. He was the only brave one, and he went through the portal, the big red circle, and spoke to Janus at the other side and handed him the hammer. Janus then just took the hammer, pulled out an eye of Janus from like his vapory chest, fused it with the hammer, just handed it back, and didn't say a word. And he's like, "Okay, thank you." Didn't really know what he was doing, and then he hit the ground with the hammer and opened the big red eye of Janus portal and teleported us all to the library.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because, that's just how shit happens, apparently. So when we got to the library, I'm trying to remember.
See if I can just bring all of this stuff back to the player. Yeah, the token there even. Where are we? There, token there. We're bam.
Yeah, and this was where we met Zadreka, wasn't it?
That was in the library. You met Dane.
Yeah, we met Dane, but so.
Yep. Then you went and you met Zadreka.
Met Dane, met Zadreka. It was here that Zadreka had. This was when she was going on about how we're getting tasked up with everyone going to the abyss. There's the bath. No. This was when Zadreka was telling us about the bad shit that was going on up north, wasn't it?
Nope, this is when Zadreka says, "Where have you been for the last month?"
Oh yeah, the time travel bit.
Yep.
So it had taken us either a month to travel through the abyss or a month to get back from the abyss. Either way.
And how long did it seem when you were in the abyss?
Oh yeah, like it just seemed like normal time. Like,
but how long? Like a day, 2 days?
No, not even a day. Like it was literally like we got to the abyss and it was like boom, go. Like honestly, couldn't have been more than a day. And we basically was like, yeah, Gil's in trouble. We need to speak to, his dad about what's going on. And this is where we started. Just because I remember from the goals list, there was a goal and it was like, get word to the Great Gold Worm, and it just seemed like it was just constantly ongoing. So I can't remember if it was the Drekka that was giving out the letter.
What letter?
But yeah.
Was she already acting as acting commander?
Yeah, the Drekka was
acting high commander. Yep.
Because obviously Gil was with us in the abyss.
And it'd been a month.
I mean, small details.
Mhm, mhm.
So that's when we met Jet as well. But fast forwarding a wee bit, I can't remember why, but we ended up going to Horizon. I don't know if it was just a follow up on the invitation, because I remember next is when we went to see Justoria.
Okay.
The first time.
Yeah, because chapter 3 is called Royalty. Yep.
And
it starts with objects cannot be mended, which was the last thing he's had in the Abyss. Not the Abyss, sorry, the Golden Order Citadel. Because remember, you broke your hammer and you just left it behind, and that really upset Eremos.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that was right. Before we went to the Abyss, I used the story point to get out the gate.
Regardless, not important. Move forward.
Yeah. So, obviously we're like, right, there's not much else we can do. So we followed up on the invitation from Justoria. So went to Horizon, went to meet Justoria. We got attacked by trees because that's what trees do apparently when you get invited.
You're skipping a bit. On the boat over, right? So the travel north from the Golden Order Citadel to the port, which is like a kind of port village, a fishing village at the top. They got a boat from there to Horizon, and Eric decided to experiment with the eye.
Oh.
Yeah, and he ended up in a red vapory space.
Yes.
And he met somebody there, and he started chatting away to that person. And then everybody else had worked out who it was before Eric had. And Eric was like, I'm actually... cleans his nails on his shirt. Lord Eric Renwood of Glitterhagen. And he's like, oh, nice to meet you. I'm Magna, King of the World.
Oh.
Yeah, hence why that session was called The King and I, EYE. Because that's when Eric learned the King had an Eye of Janus as well. And then Magna and him had basically they watched MMA and had takeaway together is the best way to put that, because he went into some kind of weird pocket dimension room that Magna made for them.
And then got fancy duds.
No, that was from Dane. And they looked down at the table, then the floor disappeared and it seemed to be watching the fighting pits of Axis. Which is like gladiatorial style combat. Magna's like, feel free to use this place until you have no need of it. Good day, and vanished. So Eric spent a night naked in Magna's bed.
Cool.
After like a buffet. Yeah. I wouldn't say that was a detail that should just have been hand waved away, you know?
Yeah.
Too Much Wood is the next session, session 18, which then is the one where they follow up on their invitations. They open their invitations, their magical maps that guide them to the palace gardens of Horizon.
Yeah, this is when we were learning about how Horizon isn't always in one place.
Yeah, it's definitely locationally jank. Yes.
Yeah. There's a glitch in the Matrix. Yeah, so trees were attacking us because, fuck nature. And
do you know why they were, though? Because that's important.
But is it not just because they're like the kind of guards?
Why would they attack you if you were invited?
Because
Justoria said the Abyss was having strange effects on magic everywhere.
Yes. I think. Yeah, but she didn't tell us that while we were fighting the trees. She came and stopped them.
No, because you all nearly died, and Arya's the only one that survived that fight, and then you were all taken in the care of Justoria. Yeah.
Yeah.
Eremos went down, though, and that's a very important thing to highlight. Eremos fought because during the course of the journeys that have taken weeks by now, they got, they bonded with Eremos, and they, he was learning how to be a fighter, like a monk and stuff like that.
Yeah, I gave him a wee hand axe.
He was, he was, he didn't keep the hand axe though. He didn't like it.
No,
and
I got it back.
Yeah, Reach was showing him some monk moves and stuff like that, some Tai Chi, and
yeah, he really liked Reach's style of fighting.
Yeah, and there were reasons for that. Maybe one day I can tell you. But he fought with the team against the kind of the wooden sentinels trees, and then he was floored. And when the party went to recover him, he was wrapped in like thousands of words, it seemed.
Ooh.
All of them translated, the ones the party could translate, because they seemed to be in every language possible. All the ones they could translate said stop, cease, desist, halt. Various variations of the word stop.
I completely forgot all that.
I know you did. So that's okay. This is why I'm here. Right? So that happened. And the party couldn't move him. So they had to teleport him from where he was into the palace. So that he could get treatment. Yep. And then we had Many Hands Make Light Work, which is session 19, which was on Friday the 13th, and that was a slightly horror-themed one because the party chatted to Justoria quite a bit. She was willing to listen to them all about their tales of having went to the Abyss and came back, because the party spent loads of time learning that nobody comes back from the Abyss, and they did. So that's pretty cool. And then, as they were learning that, the Justoria was then willing to... She crystallized the room they were in, and she says we can speak freely, briefly, and it seemed to be paining her to hold the spell, as she was giving them some kind of privacy, it seems. And then that's when they all discussed, what if Magna's behind this? Maybe you should go investigate all these hellholes that I have just discovered have opened up everywhere. And the party started working for Justoria then. Then they went and spoke about Eremos. She explained she had no idea what was going on. They handed her Eremos' favourite book, and the power, if you will, went out entirely. Whoa. Everything went black, and there was screams as if Justoria was screaming. And the book hit the ground.
Could I just mention something here quickly? Just for obviously, because I know that Bastille especially was asking about why we care about Justoria. Is that when you think about it, this is episode 15, 16, 7, quite early on. So we've been with Justoria for the majority. We've had some connection to Justoria for the majority of
over 60 sessions.
Yeah. So it's she has been quite an impactful thing for us, probably for me and Aria anyway. Which is how she's gained so much respect. And
I feel like Bastille's on board with the Justoria train. I don't know why you're acting like he isn't. I don't think Bastille did anything against the Justoria.
Oh no, I'm not saying that he's not, but it's just.
But anyway, this is a moot point, and it's eating up time. So regardless of that, the party then were like, "What the hell?" So they left the room they were in, that Eremos had been in. They left that, and everything was dark, and they explored a bit, and then there was creepy crawly hands, severed hands everywhere, running at people. That was fun. So the party fought a whole bunch of severed hands that seemed just to be endless.
What?
Yeah, right. Creepy as hell, and this seemed to be in the Palace of Justoria.
Yeah, it gets worse.
It does get worse. Yeah. So, do you remember what happened after that, Scott?
After that, we ended up in a kind of. It wasn't a courtyard. It was just a big room, wasn't it?
It was in the tower, in her palace.
Yeah. So, kind of a bit of a bigger room, and there was this kind of big, tall guy with floating golden crowns
around him. I've actually still got the fight map. I don't think I do, but I'm having a look for it as we speak.
See if you still have the character art from, because he was terrifying.
I do still have the character art.
Good. Yeah, so I can't remember exactly what he was saying, but he was going for Justoria anyway. And so we were fighting him.
He said something like, your pride will turn to ash in your mouth. That's what he said.
Something, worthy of Tumblr. And where we were fighting him, it was like, nope, this is going bad. And Magna showed up and ended up putting chains on them. Holy fuck. Sorry, big realization has just happened. Cunt bag.
For every day the stream has the creepy hands. There was so many of them. We had the party. No, they were like severed hands, not spectral hands. And,
like they were like.
And this is the guy that Scott was describing.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
And he is about 15 to 20 foot tall.
Mm. But yeah, so as I was saying before, my sudden fucking realization.
So before Scott continues, Justoria was held off the ground by one of those like crowns around her neck. Every time she was clawing at it, her hands were pouring through it like it was like liquid, so she couldn't get purchase on the actual crown strangling her. And then Eric tried to help, and the same happened to him, where he was strangled by a crown. With liquid gold. Yeah. And then Magna showed up and was like, what the hell are you doing with my daughter? And then, crystallized that bugger.
Yeah, so it was like, Capil, tied him down with chains, you fucking dick. I can't believe I forgot about that. And that kind of just restrained him, and then, like Ryan said, it turned him into like some crystal thing. And Justoria was kind of taken into hospital. Sorry, which tab?
No, the important part here is Justoria was fine, the party were fine, Magna was baller because he was a nice guy and turned up and saved everybody, as is his job. And then they went up back to the room with Eremos, and then Magna took back his spear.
Oh.
That was when as well, like the way Magna was talking about him was as if it talked about him like an object rather than a person or a thing or a human. It was like, that's mine, that belongs to me.
Yeah.
Which makes the whole kind of like, right, is Eremos an actual person, or is the Black Fang spear the spear, or is it Eremos, and is Eremos an actual object, or is it some kind of animated spear? I'd like, there's a lot of questions around it as to who and or what the Black Fang spear really is. But we know it is. Yeah, moving on. So
that's why that session was called Aragon.
Yeah, because he got taken away. Sad face.
Yep.
After that, according to the session title, we blew up cats.
No.
So
Kitty decided to claim her destiny back by asking Justoria to help her with the fact that she'd been trapped as a tabaxi, and Justoria explained to her, spells are difficult to break. I would have to tear you apart so the spell had nothing to grip onto anymore, and rebuild you myself, and it will hurt like fuck. And Kitty was like, sure, go for it. So exploding kittens happened, she got blew up, was no longer bound by tabaxi bullshit magic, and then she forged her back into a wood elf. But she got to keep the claws, which meant she got to keep her climbing speed, which I thought was cool.
Yeah. And then obviously, so that's when we went from having Kitty the tabaxi to Kitty the wood elf. Sorry. Yeah.
You can see why I cast her. You can definitely see that in my little way why I cast her. Anyway.
So after that, we...
So, Infernal Affairs, session 22. The party were on, they had a new destiny. They were given hellhole, surveillance missions.
Yeah.
Right? Go find out what these hellholes are. Yeah, and they did. And then it got complicated. So they went to the hellholes, they saw the red-robed man, who was unnamed at this point, doing a big ritual, and they tried to attack him, and he was in some kind of shield. And then he seemed to have slaughtered a bunch of people on an altar, and a big massive fiery pit. And then a big suit of armor thing came out of it.
Yeah, so the big suit of armor was fucking scary. So when it kind of came up, it was just like, I can't remember exactly what he said to it, but it was like, obviously, like, go break shit. and yeah, just the big suit of armor just turned around and flew off, and it's like,
No, that didn't happen. They fought the suit of armor.
oh shit! I'm thinking of a different time. Yeah. This isn't the one where the chairs were, was it?
No, this is not that.
No, right?
So,
no.
This
I
is the
remember what one
Direwood
this.
hellhole. This is the first
Yeah,
hellhole he's went
yeah.
to. You fought some
Yes.
people that were cultists that seemed to be the same cultists from the Abyss that you skipped over in the Abyss, but that's fine. It wasn't that big a deal. And they were the cultists of the king. They said. That's neither here nor there. So anyway, the cultists again were here, and with Vishal, as we know him now, and he pulled this thing that I've put in chat for us, out of this fiery pit, if you will, and it stomped around and started attacking them because Vishal just teleported away at that point because it was done.
Yeah, aye. No, I remember what one we're at now. I was getting
Yes,
my hell.
it's why it's called Infernal Affairs, because the thing started referring in Infernal to Arya as the Mistress of the Flame, and Crumbar was the only one that spoke Infernal and was like, why is he calling you his boss?
Yeah. So while fighting after, obviously,
not even important. So there we go. We're just gonna shoot through it much quicker because we're getting bogged down in unnecessary details. So Crumbar obviously translated for Arya. Arya's like, I have no fucking clue what's going on. And then he tried to teach Arya some quick Infernal to be like, don't attack us, or stop, or why, or halt, or whatever. And the thing bowed in front of her, kneeled, and all of its weird red energy inside fused into her bow, and her bow caught fire, and she dropped it, and it hit the ground. And her bow has been a magic bow since then.
Oh.
Yeah, that's how she got the bow Forest Fire. Yeah. And also, it's why we're very, very proud of ourselves for naming it Infernal Affairs. Anyway, that's why we've also got Liar, Liar, Bows and Fire as a session title. Then, Hammer over Horizon, session 24. We go back to Horizon.
Can I just point out as well, it was in that session that I attacked Arya because I thought she was bad. Because it was like, you're controlling a demon. So, but then that got cleared up.
No, like, that sounds on brand.
Yeah. So we've got Hammer over Horizon, Names, Wield, Power, State of Flux. Because remember what it's called, State of Flux? Because Hammer over Horizon, you just go to Horizon, try and check in with
Yeah, we tried to check in with Storia, but it wasn't allowed. So we basically were like, we will just pretend to be somebody, high up, and it was like,
nope, that never happened here. You then go all the way up to Glitterhagen, right? Yep, you head up to Glitterhagen, and then that's why State of Flux exists, because Flux was the name of one of the blacksmiths you went to get one of your weapons. You bought from this blacksmith lady in Glitterhagen. You were very proud of it, you were very pleased, and you thought she was very cool. Yes. And it was like, I can't remember, it was like the Flux something. Was the name of the actual blacksmith itself. Then we have the session, Grand Theft Brazier. Because Kitty stole a brazier that she needed to do a ritual to get a familiar. Yep. We then have The Deserter, Homecoming, and Death of a Half-Orc. Do you want to summarise those?
Yeah,
so this is north of Glitterhagen.
This is like the Crumbar story arc bit here, if you're to, connect a bit to a character. So there was a kind of talk of orcs up, like kind of up north near, like just to
Commander Slowbass had told them there seems to be orc activity that seems to be raiding villages north of Glitterhagen. That was the gist of it.
Yeah.
Because they went to speak to Slowbass because they were hoping they were going to get back to the Great Gold Worm because they still had that let's tell him about his son business on their minds, instead of going investigating hellholes. So that's why. This is why he did this. Yeah. Then they travel north and you discover that, yes, villages have been attacked and they seem, they got attacked by orcs in the forest. They followed them. At this point as well, we'd already met Eric's family and a wonderful NPC was there. Decana Saphir. God, I loved
Wait.
Decana Saphir.
How do I spell that?
She should already be in the NPC list, but I'll type it up just now.
Thank you.
Decana Sophia. Lady Decana Sophia.
Decana was awesome.
I want to say that is it, but that's me going from memory.
I mean, they're a lady.
Yeah, that's right.
Perfect.
Yeah, no, she was actually.
Mysterious girl.
It was then later remembered that.
No, don't worry about it. So this happened. They go up there, right? She pays for all the horses and stuff. She funds the expedition because she wants to go north with them to check on these villages. She's one of the a daughter of one of the noble Saphir family, and very close friends with Eric's little sister. It seems his older sister was like that bitch. Was one of her lines. So the older sister didn't like it. Regardless of that, they go north. Orcs happen. Crombar faces off with his tribe in its entirety. They all seem corrupted by demon magic, it seems. Very horrible situation going on there. His shaman lady was there as well, helping the corruption, it seems. And then Crombar got the best series of roles I've ever seen somebody get for the best story moment possible I have ever seen. Ever.
It was actually perfect. So basically, I kind of did a 1v1 against the tribe leader. By the way, the whole tribe of orcs worship the red. And so I 1v1'd him. I used Gestoria Restoria, which is basically the equivalent of a long rest. I went, are we doing that then? Then some freaky ass magic happened, and they all just clumped. Like all the orcs just started like clumping together and turned into just one big massive super orc.
So they transformed. I see.
Yes, like like
Gestalt.
the
Gestalted,
Power
yes.
Rangers. Yeah. So then we all fought that. We managed to kill
They
it.
became this thing.
Oh, have you? Yeah. Have you still got the art for it? Yeah, that terrifying thing called Hulking Susan. So we managed to defeat it, and I picked up its axe, and that's when I gained my first kind of magic-y weapon, which was an axe that was like made of blood, almost.
Black twisted metal with like red veins of like blood all through it. Yeah.
It was a disgusting weapon.
It's called Blood Debt. It was glorious.
Blood, yeah. So while looking about, this is when we also seen that Vishal was there as he went and
just pops out of a tent like, "Hey, buddies."
Hey guys, how are you? And he picks up the rod of he picks up an item which we didn't know at the time was the rod of Pa off
takes it
of
off
the
the
dead
shaman.
Yeah. We go and fight him, and we actually succeed in killing him. However, after we kill him, he just basically bubble shields, comes back to life, and he's like all zombified. And yeah, he then just teleports away, and we're like, the fuck?
Yeah.
We then free all the people who were kind of locked up. There was a member of the Golden Order there as well, and I can't remember who that was though.
Not relevant. So that happened. The estate of this place is in the next session, right? So they deal with this camp of refugees. They pour out together a lot, and then Decana and Crumbar go off to go get some of the horses.
Yeah.
And this is after Decana and Crumbar had some angry words, because Vishal had used mind control on Crumbar, so he attacked the group again. By the way.
Yeah.
The second time. And then Decana, after all that, was like, "You're a liability." She called him out on his bullshit. So they had very tense words. And then Crumbar's like, "Fuck this, I'm going to go get some horses," because we lost our horses because they all ran away after the initial attack that led them to the camp. And she's like, "I'll go with you."
Yeah, it was also the whole kind of like, well, I'm an orc. These people have just been terrified by orcs. I best not be around here just now. So me and her go a walk. she starts asking me a bunch of questions about like who I am and what my destiny is and stuff like that. And it basically ends up her being like, "Oh, shame that you're something about being like controlled by the gold." The gold puts her hand on my chest, yeets me through a fucking tree, and just disappears in a shock of lightning.
Oh.
Crumbar is just kind of left like, I need to get the horses. Because he's like, what the fuck has just happened? So while this is happening, obviously everyone hears the big bolt of lightning and comes running. They find me, and I'm just like, yeah, she left, and I need to get I need to get the horses. And I think it was now was the time that Eric remembered that the Saphir family don't actually have a daughter. So he was like, "Oh shit, I'm going home," and we are like, "Right, okay, just wait." He's like, "Nope, okay, going home." Thinking of home, slammed the hammer into the ground, and instead of him going home, he brought home to us. A big fucking estate that's dropped on our heads. So this is where Arya turned into a panther
For the first time, by the way. 35, I think, sessions into the game. And we finally get our 32, and our druid finally uses wild shape. I loved it. It's so good.
So we're like, okay, so she kind of uses that to kind of help round up all the party, make sure that we're all okay. Sorry, I'm yawning. And then we're like, Eric, that was a very silly move, stuff like that. Eric then tries to go to Magna direct, I think.
Nope, we're skipping a bit, but I'm going to move this anyway. So what happens is Eric pours through his estate looking for his sisters because he's freaking out, obviously, understandably so. Because, you know, he's just teleported his entire estate to him by accident. It just gets trashed because it teleported mid-air and fell on them.
Oh, yeah.
So that was quite a big deal for them. Then, long story short, survivors are slowly travelling back to Glitterhagen. And the Golden Order guy seems to be ill, shall we say. Very, very ill. Like, infected levels of ill. Which is good, obviously. And then the party decide, let's not take everybody back to Glitterhagen and let's not have a zombie outbreak happen in there because we let all these people back in. Let's try and get some help out to us, maybe. And then fast forward to the part where Eric goes home and there's a massive crater, obviously, because his estate isn't there anymore. And in the middle, he goes and climbs down the middle, looks at it all, and then sees there's like a magical message from Magna that says, you know, basically alluding to the fact that that seems like an unusual event that we should discuss. Your sisters are safe in Omen. You are welcome. And that was... So he was given an invitation to Omen. He then uses the hammer, and Celeste puts her hand out before it hits the ground, and she looks at him and says, "You just died. Because you tried to teleport to Omen." So she very quickly says, "You should be a lot less reckless with your behaviour." And then she leaves him in the crater. So that happened. Yeah, no, who would be so reckless, Bastiel? We'll get to you, we're not far off you yet. So that happened. So it's because I sped us up significantly. Also, the estate of this place map is one of my favourite maps that we have. So here is this beautiful work of art, everybody.
Oh,
yeah! It makes perfect sense, okay? My favourite part is the thing that looks like a demon in the bottom, which isn't actually that at all. Like, this is like a room that was clear, this is a corridor that was blocked that went off somewhere, and this was a room that was clear, and everything, this was steps going up to it. It made perfect sense. I also like the fact that there's the word significant here. I don't know why. But I'm sure it was important.
It was significant.
But anyway, so that happened, right? Where are we now? What session are we on now? The state of this place, Pantharia, you died. Battle of the Hellhole. That seems like a good place to jump in. But before we do, you have the part where the party decided to go and get word to people within Glitterhagen to take care of the refugees, in the sense of going, this guy's corrupted, that's weird, right? So magical people turned up and took everybody away for study. Yes.
What? I didn't hear any of that.
I said magical people turned up and took everybody away for study. Nobody actually got into Glitterhagen. Remember all those people you saved, and none of them got to Glitterhagen?
Yeah.
Because they took away the infected Golden Order guy and all the other people maybe infected. Yeah. So that happened. And they just went through magical portals and left. Yep. Remember that? Random loose end. Yep. Anyway, that happened. Then the party decides, we'll teleport to the next hellhole on the list Justora gave us, because that seems like something else we can do while we're waiting. So
yeah, because it was so we went there, and this was the one where it was. We got there, and there was just like a big fight going on between like the army, Magna's army, and a bunch of those kind of animated armor things.
Is it? I'm sure this is the one with the seats.
Yeah, isn't that where that happened?
No, because you just go back there.
Oh yeah. It's the second time we went there that happened, wasn't it? Yeah. Oh, because we went there. There was a seat. There was seats. Can you just pull up the art of it just to stop me sounding stupid?
No, please carry on.
And in front of the seats, there was like a big fiery hellhole, and it was surrounded by.
This is the first time Benjamin came into it, by the way.
Yay! Sorry,
Benjamin. He didn't actually come to it. Also, that was very, very loud.
Fucking happy. So yeah, see all the blue kind of orby-dorbies? They were like kind of stopping you from going in. Meanwhile, Vishal was at the altar, and he was like, "Oh, take a seat. I'll be with you in a while." And we're like,
yeah, he'd literally been smug enough to know they would turn up, and they left them all seats.
Oh.
Yeah.
I see.
Yeah, you're starting to see why I don't like the prick. So we kind of have to just wait for him to...
They don't wait, though, because Crumbar throws a chair at the wall of lightning, and it blows up. So Eric, who was given a book that has electrocuted him so far...
Yes, it was here.
He then throws his magical book that Dane gave him. It was all about the blue. And he just throws it at the wall of electricity, and it blows up as well.
That was Oh, good times. I mean, that's how normal people wait, right?
Sure.
So anyway, I keep saying Magna. Vishal completes his ritual, and this is where a scary demony thing comes out of hell, and Magna. Fuck sake! And Vishal's like, go forth and conquer. And it just goes, all right, and just flies away. We kind of question Vishal and like, what the hell are you doing? And this is where Vishal said, I serve the king of hell or something like I can't remember if it was the king of hell or the...
You need to remember that right now, because we know who he serves, and if that's the king of hell, it changes everything.
It kind of does. Hence why we need this wrap up. So there's two things to remember from here already. Yeah, so he...
I hope you're taking notes of things you don't remember, Scott, because that's things you should go back and look up.
Already...
Yeah, I'm convinced.
That's...
Yeah. Like, I've literally just written, like, chains and Hell King, because...
cool.
It's like, well, I don't want to sit here writing because Ryan gave me into trouble.
No, don't worry. I've got you on that.
Yeah.
We're on page 6 of the notes so far.
If you want something noted down, just say to Hannah and she'll make sure it's noted down.
Yeah.
And then
Let me know.
I'll just need to get a scan.
What's next?
Right. So then Vishal done his magical disappearing act again and
I didn't. You fought yous?
Oh, Was this? No, this wasn't where we almost died, was it?
That has happened so many times it means nothing to me now, Scott. So
With the lightning bolty thing.
yeah, this was here.
Was this here? Fuck.
Yeah,
Right.
so obviously this map has been updated because this map is showing the second time you were here.
Right.
Because I
yeah.
used the same map because you went to the same place. Yes.
Yeah. Oh, sorry. I get it. Like things are starting. This is where things start to go. Anyway, so we fought Vishal because we're like, you're a baddie. Fuck you. And basically, Vishal almost got a TPK. Where it was literally me left standing, and I
So this was the thing
had
that
a
came out of
really
the hellhole the first time.
yay bees.
That's creepy.
Yeah. So basically, I had a very tough choice of do I heal up the party or do I end this dick? I decided, you know what? I think everyone would be pissed if I let them die, so I decided to heal up the party. As I was healing up the party, that's when Magna done it. That's when Vishal.
Are you seeing how he has blamed Magna for a lot of things, by the way?
Yep.
Yeah.
It's
no,
okay.
because you
It's
know
okay.
what?
So anyway, this big thing came out of the hellhole. Vishal then handed them their asses. This is actually he used lightning bolt to basically almost TPK everybody else.
Yeah, that was
and
it.
that's when Eric decided he leveled up enough to learn lightning bolt. It was very thematically appropriate. And yeah, he just laughed at Crumbar and said again for the second time after, because the first time he said it, it's when he got resurrected and cackled and teleported away. He said, "None of this matters," and he said it again. None of this even matters.
Mm-hmm.
And teleported away. As if he was toying with Crumbar, specifically.
I thought the first time he said it was here.
Nope, he said it when he stood back up after you killed him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, so then from here is when we headed southward to go to the next hellhole. Is that not right?
Let's see. What do we have?
Or was this where we tried to contact Astoria?
So, this is the part where I'm now getting myself confused because we've got cats out of the bag here, right? And to me, right, I feel like we must have already came here. Okay, so maybe Names Wield Power was where we came here, right?
See, because I was sure we came here before going to...
Nope, so this happened. What we've described happened before what seems to be where we are in the timeline now, right? Because we came here twice, and Cats Out of the Bag was definitely when Kitty went into the gnome's bag.
Yeah, went into the bag. That's why I was saying. I'm sure we came in before going to the...
That must have been back at Names Wield Power. I would need to review that session to actually see what the fuck happened there. But regardless, they've been in a hellhole. They've been here. That happened before now. And then they came back here for some reason. Because obviously that made sense. And
that's it. We came back here to try and close it.
Mm-hmm.
And when we got here the second time, there was the big massive battle going on.
Yeah, and that big battle was between the Royal Army of Magna and lots of those things that came out, right? Which is what you are seeing visually on the map right now. So I'll bring up some of these tokens for you guys so you can see them. So we have the weird kind of Hell Knight things that came out. And we had this lady up at the altar.
Yeah, who ended up getting pasted, and which was sad because it was like, damn it, I really want a question, huh?
We had some generic knight boys, just being part of the army. And we had Sir Andromeda.
Andromeda! Yay! I liked her.
Head of the Royal Army of Magna, the Wood Elf herself. She's the Crusader Knight.
I was going to say she is.
List.
Yeah, she is one of the icons. So, alongside her, we also had the Commander General Kill.
Nope. So then you also had her second in command, right? Who was there, and his name is Sir, and it's on this list here somewhere. Let me just share this with you guys, because pronouncing names I write is also difficult. I'll just type this in chat for folks. So he was there, and because he's the one that took over for her, remember? Because she fucks off. This guy. Train Canina, I believe his name was. Sir Train Canina. And yeah, he definitely gave off Dark Paladin vibes with the way he fought, and she gave off like a glorious Light Paladin vibes the way she fought.
It was the general, because I thought the general.
Nope. And then this battle wrapped itself up, and Sir Canina collected all the soldiers that were left, and they headed north. Then General Commander Keel and Bang, the gnome, turned up, and they were buddy with Sir Andromeda. They all had a picnic together with the party. Kitty decided to look in his bag, and she got pulled in by tentacles into the bag, and then everybody managed to get her out of the bag. And he's like, "Don't go in there, I don't know everything's in there." Like a panic gnome.
It's like, imagine like a bag of holding, but it's holding an entire other world.
But regardless of that, the three people there were, as I said, and we've mentioned this before with you guys in the group, Sir Andromeda, who is head of Magna's army, but she's a wood elf. She's here, and she didn't even follow Magna's army back. She let her second-in-command take them back, reporting on the hellholes that are going around. So clearly Magna was aware of hellholes by this point. And General Commander Keel is the head of the Dwarf King's army, but he's also he's like an honorary paladin. He's like almost like an ambassador for the Golden Order paladins. So he was there, and then a gnome.
He was so awesome, though.
But those people were there, and then the party and them parted ways. Quite frankly,
because they headed.
Yes, they were saying they were heading to the Citadel.
Yeah, they were heading to the Abyss, whereas
the Citadel.
What, sorry?
They were heading to the Citadel, as I stated.
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
And we went to... Was it this?
Nope, you went nowhere. You summoned Justoria.
Oh, yeah, it was here that we used Justoria's bracelet thingy, where we broke it, and Justoria shows up.
Arya was given a bracelet by Justoria, and she says, "Break it and I'll know, and I'll come to you if you need me." Because she didn't want to be openly seen as helping the party in case it did look like she was making a move against Magna, if he was even relatedly responsible for anything, as per the secret stealth crystallization room nonsense. Anyway,
as well.
So all that happened. They broke the bracelet. She was there. She was pulling in the power using weird energy chains, feeding off of the abyssal magic that was pushing the hellhole open. And Kitty was like, "Is there anything I can do to help with this?" And she says, "I wouldn't wish this upon my worst enemy." And then she drains the hellhole, and she looks demonic as fuck, is the technical term, as we all know.
Yeah, which is, if you look at the NPC list, I think there is demonic Justoria.
So they see that, and then she like flickers between that and herself, and they all rest there for the evening. And then in the morning, like she's like up and gone. Basically, they agree that they'll meet her at the next hellhole, but they're gonna walk there to give her time to go home and recover, because it took her like weeks the last time to recover, and she's found like new ways of trying to absorb the energy safer, hence the chains this time round. And yeah, hopefully she'll recover quicker. And the party say, "Right, well, we'll walk there to the next hellhole, which is quite a distance, and by the time we're there, meet us there, and that'll take us 3 weeks, blah blah blah." So the party travel south.
Yeah.
And then by the time they get to the next hellhole, they pass a dead giant who seems to have, died near a river. They walk up a hill, and they get to the hellhole site, and it's all covered in like ash that's flowing around, and Magna's just standing in the middle of it all, looking around as if, what the fuck happened here? And they're like, oh, hey guy, how are you? And he's like,
Magnet
"Why are you here?"
closed it, hadn't he?
You don't know.
No, it was already closed though.
It was closed. There was just ash everywhere. Yep.
Mhm.
And he's looking at it like, "Why are you here?" Again.
Mhm.
And everyone's like, "Don't say anything about meeting Justoria." So they didn't. And he goes, "It's okay. You seem to have this handled. Goodbye." And then they very stiffly left. And then they waited for quite a while to see if Justoria was going to show up, and she didn't. So that's when they used the magical hammer to get back to Horizon. This is also sadly when Eric leaves us. So
yeah, because
he never
arrived, he didn't.
yeah, exactly. They fall out of the portal from the Hygienist and he doesn't. So papers, please. They fake being a noble and they get arrested by the Prismatic Order. Hence Prisma's comments the last time you've seen her. And then they ask the Prismatic Order for help and they send them to the Golden Citadel through magical teleporting. That's why we have the session. Winter, we're coming! Because they report into Zadreka and she's like, either go to the Abyss and fight and help me there, or go get me allies elsewhere. And they go, who can we get? She goes, please just leave me alone. And they go, but who can we get you? And he goes, I don't know, the Red? That'd be great. Thanks, okay, bye. And they're like, we'll go get him. Cool. Not one of them read her sarcasm. So then they decided to go get the Red, but to get the Red they thought, we'll go ask the White to tell the Red to come. And then that became Underway, Chapter 6. Let us take a break here though, because we have managed to cover 38 sessions so far. And I think if we manage to keep Scott on point, we can do this.
I would like to say I'm on page 7 of my notes.
Okay. Obviously, guys, as well, MD can weigh in with questions at any point. I don't mind answering them. As you know, I'm doing what I can to... No, I'm doing what I can to remember what the fuck happened. It seems important from what I remember being important as the guy writing this. I'm doing my best. Anyway, we will return in like, I don't know, what, 5-10 minutes? Yeah, let's see how long we need. BRBs. Okay, we should be back. We should be unmuted. Welcome back to the Keepers of the Golden Gate story so far, session 81.5. I am Ryan, GM, and for my Monday and Wednesday game, I did my intro of "Welcome to the Keepers of the." Nope, that's not this game. That's what I did twice this week. Yep. Brain, you know. To be honest, it's a miracle I don't confuse more things. Like, I'm surprised I've never introduced NPCs that don't exist in this game into this game. I'm like, why don't you talk to Alice? You're like, who the fuck's Alice? Like, oh, she's from Monday. I'm sorry, you can't talk to her.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh.
But with the eye of Janus, maybe we can transport dimensions.
You just want to
Hey,
jump schedule?
If all of that can do it, why can't we?
True, right. But then did he? So anyway, here we are. Anyway, I'm Ryan, the GM still. It's the 5th of March 2021 somehow. Here are the players.
So, I'm Sean and I play Bastiel, the Warforged Cleric.
Hello, I am Scott. I normally play Crumbar, the half-orc paladin, but today I'm playing Scott, the Keeper of the Squirrels.
Hi, I'm Hannah, and I play Isla, the Tiefling Sorcerer, who is fully in her element and enjoying all the color-coordinated notes.
Hi, I'm Callie, and I play Serene, the Furbolg Ranger, and I'm just trying to keep up with what the heck is going on.
Aren't we all, Callie? Aren't we all?
Yep. We're all in that boat that's sinking. Yep.
Yay! Boats are fun.
You've not had much luck with boats, to be fair.
No.
Anyway, where'st were we? We were at session 39, I think. So, we've now got Underway, which is chapter 6. I love the idea that people have tried to track this because I have all this written down, but viewers have probably never heard the entire list of chapter titles, so that's fine. Because they're usually written after the fact. Right, we have the party in Glitterhagen because they use the Golden Order Citadel teleporters with thanks to Zedreka's permission to go all the way back up to Glitterhagen, so they had to get boats.
Mm-hmm.
They then... I mean, it's a wonder why you didn't use them originally from Glitterhagen.
Because that would have been a smart thing to do.
Yeah, that was funny. But anyway, so the staying off the road is the fact that the party just wanted to get out into a fight, so I gave them a fight on the way up to Anvil because they decided, well, to get to the White, because that's the plan, who lives up in the Frost Ranges, all the way up in the northwest. We guess we may as well go to Anvil because if we can get from where's the trip? So it was Golden Order Citadel up to Glitterhagen. Do we travel up to Anvil and then go through the Undermarch to Forage and then go on a massive trek through the frozen deadlands of mountain ranges to go meet the White Dragon, to then ask the Red, wherever the Red lives, to go all the way to the Abyss.
So don't take a summer jacket, basically.
Yeah.
Yeah. But
yeah, so they get to Anvil.
The travel was just kind of like we wanted to have a wee scrap. So got to Anvil and
met a badass dwarf lord. Remember his name?
I'm trying to find it on the NPC list because I'm sure it's here.
Basically, they were trying to buddy up to this dwarf lord so that they could travel to Forge, because they wanted to go to Forge, so they were closer to the Frost Ranges. But only dwarves are allowed to get to Forge.
Lord Bramred Deepmane.
Bramred, yeah.
Bramred Deepmane.
Yeah.
Yeah, and he was so we just kind of we're kind of buttering a biscuit up to him.
Spent lots of money on booze. Lots of money on booze.
Yeah, that's basically how we tried to do it.
And then the party decided to be like, so, by the way, there's demons everywhere. That's a problem.
Yep.
And he was like, prove it. And then Kitty, the only resourceful one of the party at that stage, had tipped out one of her empty crossbow bolt cases that she'd filled full of demon ash from the previous Hellhole battle. Because she was resourceful that way. And he's like, good, dust. And he walks over to the fireplace and picks up some ash and goes, touche. And she's like, okay, so if we can get somebody to verify that this is demon remains, you'll take us? And he goes, sure.
Yeah, we had to get it appraised, and that's how we ended up going to Oradak not Zadreka. I keep wanting to say Ardak Zadreka. I can never
Ardak
remember.
Dorath.
Yeah, Ardak Zadreka. This is where like the
Stay on
curse of
target.
me.
Ardak
Yeah.
Dorath is who they went
Dorath.
and sought out to get some information to see if he could prove this was Demon Ash.
So went and found him, and Oradak just kind of was this like super chill, floaty guy,
Yeah, cool.
who was the head of is it the magic school?
Yep. Magic School
Yeah.
Anvil.
Yeah. So he's like the big.
He also
cheese
seemed
of,
to run a random incense shop as well.
Yeah. That's right. I should have probably said that. We didn't actually meet him at the school. We met him in the shop, which it was almost like there was like weirdy kind of things about it.
When you walked in and walked through the beaded doors, as the beads caressed you, you were like reminded of like one of your best memories from like childhood and shit like that.
Yeah, it was a very kind of like it had a very. I kept thinking of it as like the opium den kind of thing, where like it had a lot of like there was a lot of emotion-y kind of feels around it and stuff. Not saying like it got.
We've
you
all been
high or that.
emotional in the opium dens, as we all
Yeah.
know. Very relatable concepts. What it means is the air was thick with incense.
Yeah. Opium
Anyway,
den, like.
Moving on.
Yeah. So asked him to do the appraising. Me and him, he pretty much just agreed to it, didn't he? I can't quite remember the beginning conversations with him.
So you had to pay him. That was it.
Yeah, I can't remember what it is that we paid. Was this where? Yeah, I gave him the golden jug.
So, correct, Callie. Yes, they don't know he's a Gith.
No,
But-
yeah,
but he is a Gith. Yes.
Got it. Just wanted
Whoa.
to check it was whether it was that or just that was the kind of art for him.
Correct.
Yeah.
Yeah. He is a Gith. They don't know he's a Gith. I want to say Crombar is the one that rolled like a really good history roll or something.
Yeah,
and he's like he'd seen something in a book once that stated that they weren't native to here, essentially.
I remember asking him like, "What are you?" And he's just like, "I am me." I'm like, "What you on about?" He's like, "No, what race?" Yeah.
All these NPCs. What are you? What answer?
What are you?
No, he said his story's his own, right? He was very private. Not everybody's just gonna be like,
Yeah.
"Oh, let me tell you everything about me." Like, that's dumb. What he did say was he would trade things. So Crombar gave up the memory of how to play his first hunt song. When he first provided for the tribe, he gave that up, and Ordak happily traded them the verification of the Demon Ash.
Well, I thought it was I gave him the jug.
Nope, that was so
First?
that he would get used to Forge.
Ah, right. Because me and him had a big chat for a while because I was like, I'm impressed with this guy a bit more, which I really need to go back and revisit that session because,
Yeah.
especially if we are looking to go and find his accomplices.
The magic skull, yeah. So,
Yeah.
moving on. So that was Ordak Dorath, some weird guy that dealt with memories a lot. He was almost like a memory mancer. That seemed to be something they seemed to want to trade experiences as a currency. He didn't really care about money. So when the party were asking, like, "Oh, can you give us, like the authentication certificate? This is Demon Ash," and he goes, "Sure. What have you got?" That's when Crombar's like, "I have this memory of when I made this cool song because I fed my tribe the first time ever," and that's what Crombar traded.
So, did I not give him a flute as well?
No.
No, where did that go to again?
Don't know.
No,
yeah. Regardless, so that happened, and then, right?
Oh, right, yeah. And then we were basically, got the appraisal, and was mentioning about how we wanted to go to Anvil and stuff, and
Forge.
wanted to go to Forge, and he was like, "Oh well," because we wanted to go see the king, and he was like, "All right, well, we got him to write us up a letter of kind of like, yeah, What's
No,
it called?
he just said he knew the king. He's like, I know the king. Oh, I'll put in a good word for you. And you're like, wait, what? He's like, yeah, I know him.
Yeah.
So we don't need to deal with this
and-
drunken lord man, this dwarf Bramred guy. That's fine.
Yeah.
Regardless of that, then they meet Bastiel.
mm.
Woo!
But yeah, I do have a letter
Because
from
he
him
gives
stating
them,
that. So.
like Ordak introduces the party to Bastiel because Bastiel had been staying essentially with Ordak as he was using Ordak's libraries to just catch up on what he missed for the last 100 years.
Shall I
Yeah.
take it?
Yeah.
Okay, so I meet the party for the first time. All I have to go on is a kind of image in my head that Celeste kind of showed me, I guess. I see first one to step up is Crumbar. He sticks his hand out to shake my hand. And I go, that's not the Crumbar that Celeste told me about. And he's like, huh? And I basically kept, taunting him until he attempts to punch me. And then there's this moment where he rolls a 90, it was a 20 actually.
Yeah, if
right?
you don't, if you,
No, it was 19.
I didn't.
19.
I didn't punch you. I swung my axe at you.
Yes. Yeah. You swing your axe at me, and it was really high. It was like a 19.
Yeah.
And my AC was T. So that was the kind of the big reveal, like, oh, that's what this guy does. He's a tank.
Yeah. And so it's that kind of way, like, I just kind of was like, yep, you're good with me.
Yeah. Yeah. So introductions happen. It's my role at the time to escort them through the Undermarch because I'm Dwarven Maid and
You were built for that shit.
I'd be the best. I'm positioned as this kind of guide to the through the underworld, whatever.
The Undermarch
get
is in
to
the
the
underworld, so that is a thing. The Undermarch is in the underworld. The underworld is literally just underground. It's not like anything other than that.
Yeah, I was just about to say, like, wait, what is there more to the
underworld? Is not like the realm of Hades or any bullshit like that.
Yeah.
The underworld is underground.
Okay.
You've got remember you have the world, the underworld, and the overworld. There are three tiers to this place. Yes.
Right. Okay.
So,
that
But regardless, you're in the Undermarch. Carry on.
yes, we start making our way through the Undermarch. Dark place, winding. Eventually, we encounter some dark elves, and it kind of based on what Bastiel knew. I don't know if anyone else in the party knew at the time, but that's when this place becomes like a point of conflict because the dark elves and the dwarves were in a huge war before. So now we're kind of we know we're in enemy territory. We're in a place that's kind of ruled by the enemies of the dwarves. We make our way through that kind of maze situation. There's more dark elves. It kind of
There's a
draws
cutscene
darkness
as
up
well
past the elves.
that happens in this part before you leave the Undermarch. Do you remember the cutscene, Bastiel?
I'm not even. I've got loads before.
I remember the cutscene.
Yeah.
And it happens before you even get halfway through the Undermarch.
This is the cutscene where it fades away to Magna standing with Eremos.
Nope.
No?
It's Ordak in his library.
Oh, yes. So, Ordak chilling in his wee library. Sorry, Bister, were you trying to talk there or it kept cutting out?
Anyway.
Oh, no. I was just saying, I thought that was when we left the Undermarch.
Nope.
But go on.
Nope. It
doesn't matter what order we tell it. Okay.
Yeah. So, as we are going through, you just see Ordak chilling, and then he goes, "Oh, so you've it's something like, oh, so you've come for me." And Eremos appears and shanks him and kills him.
You don't. It's somebody appears and kills him.
Oh well.
You don't know who it is. You're never shown who it is.
Well, spears him through the heart with a black spear. Who could it be?
Who could it be? But I never said it was Eremos, so you shouldn't.
But I'm going to take an educated guess and assume it's Eremos.
This is when Spear Noir turns up and ruins all your guesses.
Oh my god! I'm so tempted to just spend a bunch of points and make you have to make him a.
You think he's not already?
What are you on about? He's who I'm going to play after Crumbar gets killed off for my sheer ignorance.
So, anyway, that happens, right? Bastiel, next big checkpoint.
Yes,
that
next
isn't
big
just to
checkpoint,
spell
we're
plant
kind of
growth.
wandering and yes, it is that point.
Oh god,
but
no,
also,
not the plants.
I guess it's kind of important for the party to know there is a moment where this kind of racist darkness is drawn out of Bastiel because he's from a time where dark elves were the scum of the earth. And that's not the times we're in now. But when he sees them, he goes into a blind rage. But he's kind of learned to tone that down as he realized that is Zadreka, right? Is a dark elf?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. Zadreka is a dark elf. Yep. One of the silver folk.
So yeah. And it's an ancient kind of runic setup, carvings in the walls, and kind of a throne room, a tomb, not a throne room, but it's got like a sarcophagus with some books, and stumble upon a ritual. I think just before that, though, we stumble upon some cages, and we find a dwarf in there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Who he's part of an order. My brain is telling me Fireslayer. It's not Fireslayer. That's Warhammer.
Nope.
He's part of like some kind of paladin order to do.
So
with hunting,
you kept
like,
calling him a Graveslayer, but that was not what he was called. That's just what his character sheet posted in Roll20. Yes.
What was he then?
He said it was like one of those. Was it it was like the Blades of Hela or something.
Yes, that was it was it.
Something. I am badass.
Basically, it was essentially like
basically
a slightly outcast, like part of an order that follows Hela, the god of death.
Yeah. That guy. I don't think we got an exact name for him, did we?
He did have a name. Do I remember it? No.
It
but he does have one.
It was. I remember seeing it. I'm sure it did. I don't remember what list it was on, but it was definitely on one of them.
Yep. Mm-hmm. But anyway, carry on. If you can't remember,
so we get to these cages, we free the guy. He finds his stuff, grabs his axe, and just next to the cage, there's like this dark ritual, obviously happening, being done by the people who captured him. We don't stop it in time. Essentially, we don't know this as characters, but something that is basically a vampire in every way is kind of summoned by this ritual. Fancy guy, like elegant, levitating, dark powers. He's a vampire, but he.
But in a world where necromancy and like vampirism isn't known, yeah, it's hard to call somebody a vampire when.
Yeah, kind of had a very kind of Alucard feel off of Castlevania about him.
Yeah,
I got.
Anyway, carry on. What's next?
And two key things. One, we learn the dangers of plant growth.
Oh
he can
yes.
Levitate. No one else can.
And his the person that seemed to free him could teleport as well, so it was doubly painful.
Exactly.
Literally, the only thing, poor Arya, who used a really, really useful spell, had there been lots of mundane people, sadly just crippled the party.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was a shame, because it was such a OP kind of druid move as well, and the only thing it did was hinder the party.
Yeah. Another key moment there was the vampire cast
the
some
Blessed
kind of
of
charm
Hela,
on
by the way. That's what it was called. The Blessed of Hela was that guy, and his name was Kurban.
Okay, that name isn't familiar to me at all.
Yeah, but it's on my notes. I've actually decided to pick up my notes.
Blessed Hela.
Blessed of Hela. Yep.
Okay. Yes, second thing that happened was the vampire cast some kind of charm on Crumbar, and there was this whole party moment where Crumbar took a swing at... Was it Arya?
It was probably everyone. This is where Crumbar got possessed for the second time.
Yeah, there was this whole tension around is Crombar actually evil? Like, what's going on here?
Yeah, because this had happened a few times now. They were like, this is a frequency.
Because Ryan hates me.
Oh, it's your bad luck, man.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Then, kind of rounding off the fight, the vampire escapes. Long story short, no one else does. We do kill his little friend.
Yeah. Nobody
And
cared
then
about him.
it's
He literally got like torched to death. Yeah.
Oh, Kerban. Did he get torched?
yeah.
No, Kerban. No, Kerban was the
No.
dwarf guy. He was the dwarf
Okay.
warrior of Hela. Yeah, he survived.
Yeah.
Oh, it's just some other guy. Okay, it's fine.
Yeah,
Cool.
the guy that freed
Oh.
the non-vampire was like basically just a mage that fought the party as well as the
The other
non-vampire. They didn't have names, obviously, because the party don't ask questions.
guy.
Wait, who didn't have a name? The vamp? Yeah, we didn't.
Vampire guy and the guy that freed the vampire guy.
Yeah, they didn't have names. Yeah, because
Yeah,
you know.
because they're villains.
Yeah.
Couple key things about this room before we leave it is Bastiel has a fragment of the sarcophagus with whatever carvings were on it that the vampire was in, and there was a bookshelf in there. Kitty took a page to do with the dark ritual, and I guess she still has it. I guess that's gone from the party now, right?
No, there was a
Yeah.
big pile of books on the floor. She poured through all of them and realised they were all basically forbidden books, or no-no books when it
Yeah.
came to magic. And she realised between all the pages of all the books, there was one ritual hidden in about 20 different books. So somebody's hidden a really bad ritual in all of these books. So you'd need to collect all of them to actually get every page. So she tore every specific page out and took that pile of pages with her. And it was a ritual of unbinding that required sacrifice to fuel it, life force to fuel it.
Ooh.
And that's what she took with her. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. There you go.
We have our rest there. We get attacked again in the night by dark elves. Wipe the floor with them. Then obviously boss room. What's next? Loot room. So we move on to kind of pillage, and Brumbar gets mimicked.
Yeah, I think we should point out something important. Is this
Yeah,
is
it's
the first time Brian ever
I've-
used a mimic?
First time I ever used a mimic in my RP lifestyle. Yep, ever. Yep. First mimic. Yep.
Aw,
I know, right?
rite of passage.
But yes,
Yeah.
big treasure chest sitting in a big pile of loot, and everybody's like, let's go get that. And it was a mimic. Because that feels like the most generic use of a mimic I could possibly have done. And then, more importantly, they fight the mimic. That was not a big deal. And then
No.
Crumbar finds a bottle of maybe wine on a.
I don't
wine
find it
rack.
actually. It was Bastille and Kitty that found it, and while they were debating over what it is, I just turned around and went, "Oh, wine! Great! I'm thirsty." Grab the bottle and just neck it, which results in Crumbar in a state of not dead. But
Basically,
not-
fuck.
I've also
Yeah,
wrote on my notes
fuck.
here, by the way, inside the coffin sarcophagus stone box thing, there were claw marks on the inside of it.
Ooh.
There you go.
Yeah.
I wrote that. That
That
seemed
be on the
important.
fragment I took.
No, you took a bit of the. It was all the. Wasn't it the stuff around the edging you took though? I thought like
I
on
don't
the
know.
outside.
yeah, it was the.
Yeah, I think it was all the
Hmm.
runes on the outside of it.
Yeah, anything with like runes and markings on it.
Whereas
I
it
think.
was like
Chunk.
there was no runes on the inside of the coffin. It was just claw marks by the looks of it, as if somebody didn't want to be in there.
Binding type situation.
So, moving on, because we spent way too much time on that session.
Yes.
Hmm.
Crumbar's currently
So-
drinks this liquid. You tell it actually because
I'm trying to think of the best way. So it basically leaves me just comatose. So everyone else is kind of trying to carry me and stuff to be like, oh crap, what do we do? And
I
we
have
try
6
to
words for this: Celeste, visions for Crumbar, blood deck gone. That's what I wrote in my notes.
explain all that sword and stuff.
Yeah, but it's more so like how we get out of this room
Doesn't matter.
because
It's not important.
Okay, fair
right?
enough.
Is it? Like, how's that going to help you solve the grander quest?
Yeah, okay, cool. So, while I'm in this comatose state, I'm falling in it. Like, even like to me, I'm falling through darkness. I stand up. Celeste shows up and she's like, "Hey, what up, bro?"
Well, before she shows up, you see all like visions of stuff you regret.
Yeah, one of them being Eremos as an adult. And she basically talks to me about some stuff, and she's like, "Oh, pass over your regret to me." And I'm like, give her over my axe. And then bish bash bosh, I wake up and I've got a shiny new sword on my back, and my axe is gone. So
because she says, "Get rid of your burden that you seem to be unnecessarily carrying," and she reforged his axe, the blood debt, into the quill of the phoenix,
which is badass, and I'll never let an arse get it. Yeah. So we then end up walking through like a tunnel that seems to go on forever.
Important. Skip ahead.
End up in a library.
Right.
I didn't do in there because I don't speak Dwarvish, but I can't remember what the books everyone else went for were.
Animate the Inanimate, Suddenly Pyromancy, a mind control protection called Where Is My Mind, and a book called
Yes, that's
Simply
right, because
Red.
I was...
It's what I've wrote in my notes.
Yeah, because I was wanting something on mind control to try and protect my brain.
Is it not important that they killed all of their horses?
No.
You killed all of our horses.
No, it's not important.
Going to die.
It's not important. It's completely irrelevant. It doesn't solve the grander plot. Moving on.
Yeah, let's move on.
But yes, they did murder all their horses, and they're all monsters. But regardless of that,
we end up getting arrested, if I remember correctly, and all the books got taken from us.
Yeah, because you stole books from the secret dwarf library. Yes.
And actually, the library was big enough for a huge. It was designed for something huge as well, right? At the time,
the library.
Now we would know would be why.
The library was very big, and it had a very giant, kind of like massive, kind of like brass or gold, huge bowl of fire in the middle of the room. Remember, there was a huge fire in the middle of the room.
Mm-hmm.
That's what was lighting, like a big Olympic flame.
Mm-hmm. I'm trying to remember something. We got out of prison, and then we met up with King Patravangus.
Donner Patravangus, the dwarf king. Yep.
Yeah, I'm not going to explain how I remember his name. Met him. Had a wee chat.
You told him that Gil was the Great Goldworm's son.
Oh yeah, so he did. Because why not?
Yep.
Talk to him about, kind of what we're doing, wanting to meet the White, and he was like, "Oh, something the White." She had made his chair, throne, that one. And obviously it was like, right, well, we need an audience with her, and this is when the whole topic of the UN stuff came up. And we're like, all right, cool. He gave us his... What, sorry?
I've got all this written down in notes.
Oh, on you go, bro.
By the way. Yeah, so essentially we established that the throne's made by the White. It represents a pact, and Bastiel kind of puts forward this idea that similar to how they did in the legend, how they kind of made this deal and formed this pact. Why don't we attempt to unite all the different factions with a token underneath the notion of closing the abyss? So that way we'll get the dragons on our side too, maybe. If we can prove that, look, everyone's putting down their conflicts to do this. Just join us. So that's how the UN came about. We had to take some time aside to kind of gather our thoughts and come up with some questions. for the king. Long story short, he gets attacked by Eremos. The Black Fang spear pierces through the throne, breaking the pact with the dragons. Bastiel has to cast Revivify on the king. So, first of all, there's this whole kind of tension moment where
we had to
pulled out the
drag
throne
him
and-
outside as well, yeah.
I needed Crumbar's help to do that. Revive him.
So before
He
that,
kind of
though,
changes
the
his
thing you're skipping
priorities.
over that was probably important is the part you haven't mentioned. You have skimmed over, and I think Bastille, you were probably going to mention it until Scott talked over you. It was the part where they were escorted by guards from the library to the Dwarf King. He was like, "What the fuck, everybody?" Eventually, when they got their audience with him, and they were like, "So, we're going to go ask the White to give us the Red." And he's like, "Don't bother the dragons. We have an agreement that says do not bother the dragons." And then they were like, "No, it's fine. Don't worry. We won't mention you." And he's like, "No, it doesn't matter." And then Arya's like, "Oh, it's okay though. We'll put in a good word for you." And he's like, "Okay, yous are all under arrest." Then he got killed significantly with a spear through the chest as the throne shattered into like a million pieces of chunks of ice.
It was this moment where he kind of was like, "You just said something so fucking stupid. I cannot let you leave this place."
Mm-hmm.
And then he gets
because he wanted to
killed.
help, but
So
it was
like,
very
okay,
much a case
cut
of
you.
I don't want to just send dwarfs off to die at the abyss for you guys because what's in it for the dwarves, right? I'm just wanting to feed my people, and then you're telling me you're gonna go piss off the dragons we have a peace with? No, thank you. No, stop that. And you want me to send me all my troops away to the abyss while you piss off dragons? Fuck that. So the Dwarf King was pretty on the level with the guys, and then he gets revived by the party, and then he's like, "So guys, I pick it back up Bastille from there."
Yeah, so now the Forge is on red alert. They're kind of turning the place upside down, trying to hunt down Eremos. We decide we go back to the Lawkeeper, which is Andromeda.
Woo.
We kind of
MVP.
discuss like, what kind of magic can we use to track him down? Long story short, she tells us of this spell. I think it was scrying in the end.
I think so, yeah.
But we used the book that Eremos gave the party when he was a kid. As his, and kind of, I don't even know you kind of like enter the book realm with this spell. We spent some time assembling all the components for this spell.
Long story short, they were
what
attacked by
happens then?
ink. Lots of inkiness, and then I think it was Crombar and Eremos have words. Yep.
Yeah.
But long story short, the king turns up after all
But-
this and says we should talk.
Yeah. Yes. King's back. We tell him about the UN plan. His priorities are kind of changed, so he gives his crown to Bastiel as like, take this then. I won't need it anymore. Thing.
Arya also
recruit
like
Andromeda.
crazy goes OP with volcano infused powers.
Yeah, that's the next bit on the list.
Yep, she offers the Dwarf King as if, can we bribe him to help us? Yep.
Yeah.
Remember, that happens before he gives the crown up.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah. The Arya, we're kind of thinking of what can we offer them in exchange for this. She kind of, there's this whole angle where they can't grow crops underground very effectively. She sorts that out with plant growth. So that kind of like it's kind of redemption arc for that spell. Yeah. And that gets her. That's why she's a lady.
Yeah. She's a noble house. Yeah.
But,
noble bluebird. Yep.
Yeah, that was quite nice of her.
Yeah, because she basically overcasts, if you will, that spell.
Doesn't she she becomes like this crazy demonic?
Oh yeah, and she scares the hell out of the dwarven guards assigned to her. Yeah. Yeah, she's creepy as fuck.
Yeah. Comes like this avatar of flame for a moment, wigs out.
Yeah, she's super safe.
Then we use the. Yeah.
Remember, she's a hellfire druid.
Then we use
Let that sink in, folks. She's a hellfire druid.
Wait,
which got nerfed.
That's a thing?
No, wildfire druid got nerfed. Hellfire druid is what she is. Yes. Why do you think she's got OP fire powers just now, Grumbar?
I thought that was just the Mistress of the Flame stuff.
It is, it seems.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Brain,
Okay.
heart.
Druids don't normally have that much fire.
Right, okay.
Yes. Arya has a lot of fire. But anyway, moving on. She goes and tries to reach out anyway. There was a nice spiritual moment for Arya where she was reaching out to try and contact the High Druid with the nature magic to try and help like infuse this underground soil with powers of growth, and then this like fire elemental spirit of the volcano speaks to her and is like, "What about me?" And she goes, "Yeah, okay." So she embraces that instead.
Yeah.
And that's what goes boom. And then
saw
the
all
Dwarf
of
King's
that
like,
out, and then
"Holy
I-
fuck." And then he's like, "Yeah, you're the best person ever."
Yeah.
Then that's when he goes to the party. By the way, guys, let's talk again. And then Bastiel's like, "If you're not going to do anything for us, give me your hammer." Because he has a badass hammer, also made by the guy
Oh,
that
yes,
made
the
Bastiel.
That made Bastille.
Oh.
Yes. And that's why everybody got excited about, what hammer is it next to, Candir? And I was like, no, it's her hammer. And then the Dwarf King's like, no, because if I have to fight, I'll need this. And then he takes his crown off and throws it on the desk in front of Bastiel and walks away. And that was his
Oh,
symbol
cool.
for the UN.
Get my hammer from the white. Okay. Next.
You've just wrote off the Dwarf King entirely, haven't you?
Yeah.
Anyway, so
Well,
that
the hammer's
happens.
in the picture. The dollar sign in my eyes.
That happens. Long story
Um,
short, the party used the Golden Order teleporting system because the Dwarf King has one, but shut down.
Well, we
Mhm.
see him walk with the white before that, right?
Oh yeah,
Is it-
sure.
is it
I'll
before?
give you that. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, just before we leave, we see he's kind of having this conversation. He won't really talk to anyone, but he comes out of his throne room with this mysterious woman who is
Kate Blanchett.
the white's human form.
Mhm.
We don't know this yet. Yeah. Then we use the teleporter to head to the citadel, and it's raised. Well, not raised, but it's on fire.
Yeah.
It's kind of a shithole.
It's been attacked by red dragons.
Um,
Yep.
Yes. So we have a fight with a bunch of red dragons.
Yeah.
to
Yeah, they
defend
do.
the citadel.
And that was that courtyard thing that we briefly
I-
looked at before, when you were briefly in the Golden Order. In one of the many sessions recently, that we showed, and it seemed like Zdraka was trying to shield some of the people that do actually live and work at the Citadel that aren't paladins, away from all these red dragons, and everything was on fire. The party fought them pretty nobly. They also conned Dawn Rebella into going with them because the promise of more dragon nonsense, and yeah, she sorted her affairs out with her husband to be, and travelled with them. They then met Jet, who was useless, and then they got into this fight. They held their own quite damn well, I'll say, in this fight with dragons, and then the white turned up and instantly snuffed out every fire as she appeared, and then froze all the red dragons and shattered them out of disgust.
Mm-hmm.
And then said,
Yeah.
Magna
And
has
that's-
declared war on us all. And that's why it was called King's War, session 55.
And that is also why I totally love the white, because just that sheer amazing show of power was just like,
So, now we've got Chapter 9, The Queen in the Storm. So, 56. High Life in High Rock. Everybody goes for lunch. Not even kidding.
Yeah.
Sorry,
true.
session 57. Everyone's still at lunch.
Yeah.
8 hours of lunch.
Oh, we can just skip.
oh, dude, it was
Let's
good
skip.
lunching.
No, I think you should mention this. It's quite important.
Okay.
What
then.
time?
So, they met a
Okay,
person
we
in an
wrapped up
alleyway.
the Golden Citadel.
Oh yeah, we're long since past that. The main important thing was the white just Magnus declared war on all of us.
Yeah, we wrap up. Then we use the teleporter there to go to High Rock. Bastiel kills himself at that place.
Yeah,
at
well,
that
that's a good
time.
point. Yep. He banishes the source.
Oh.
Yeah, so I just got 4th level spells, and I locked myself in a mirror, kind of like Angel in X-Men, I think 2, at the start, where he shaves off his wings in embarrassment. He's kind of in front of a mirror. He looks at the source, banishes himself to see okay, if this thing is me, then it will teleport me to my home realm, surely. I die.
Oh.
And the exact Eric moment where Celeste is you died.
The only thing is, Sice didn't come to you, you went to her.
Oh, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yep. And
Yeah.
you actually died. She stopped Eric dying. Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, because remember, she puts her hand under the hammer before it hits the ground, before he teleports, and it just snuffs out the Eye of Janus effect instantly.
Yeah.
Whereas for you cast Banish on yourself, and you appeared in the Celestial Nexus, and Celeste's like, why? And then the summary of that conversation was, go and live.
Live. Don't do that. Don't do these things.
Mm-hmm. So then Bastiel had like his seeking God moment and went back a new man with the new programming line, live.
Yeah.
Yep. Which was good because you definitely you changed the way you RP'd
Yeah.
Bastiel at that point, which was cool. But then Kitty and Andromeda went off to go see a park, and the party lost track of them, so they rolled perception, which was Arya and Crumbar helping each other with advantage to roll perception, double ones, and they see somebody down an alleyway.
Well, I'll just say,
Yes!
Sorry, Jan, what was that? Yeah.
We were in high place to get closer to the Elven step in the UN project.
Yeah, they want to go
So
see the
that's
Elf
why
Queen.
we're in High Rock.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep, that makes sense.
And yeah, we run into this figure from Double Ones. Long story short, they've got like mysterious blue eyes, and they're quite a high-ranking person. So we think, okay, let's
assistant to the governor of High Rock.
Connections
yeah.
in.
And I basically go up to them and I'm like, oh,
Scott thought it was
Decana, yeah, and I'm like, you're Decana. No, I'm not. I am
like this visibly older woman is not Decana.
And I'm like, no, you are. You're playing a trick, or you must know her, or you must something. Blah 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 blah.
So anyway, they meet this person who is the assistant to the governor of High Rock, a lady called Cerule. Yes, and they go to lunch. Who at the
time was just a random noble lady.
Well, she never called herself Lady Cerule. There was no nobility about her. Hinted at. But she just said she was assistant to the governor.
She kind of sasses Magna. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, she does. She's one of the few people that openly sassed Magna. That was quite a big power play on her part. Everybody chatted
that was
a bit
kind
of
our way in. We were like, okay, we can talk to this person.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, long story short, this leads us very nicely to one of my favourite parts, which is the kidnapping plan.
Mm-hmm.
So, they ask for her help, and she says, well, if I was governor, I could help. Wink. And then the party are like, so they want us to kill the governor? I'm like, oh my god, why is that their go-to plan? So, long story short, she goes, well, what if, perhaps, I was kidnapped and taken into the Queenswood, and nobody goes into the Queenswood because you get lost forever unless you're invited. So, she's like, what if I was kidnapped and I could then leave, because they have Kitty, who is an elf, who can she can traverse the Queenswood safely, because all elves can if they have the favour of the Queen. And they're like, well, you have an elf. You're going to see the Elf Queen anyway. You have the favour of the Queen still, which is just a weird way of saying you've not pissed her off. So, what if I go with you guys, and then I'll just meet the Queen, and then return, and I'll just act like I defeated the bandits that kidnapped me, and I'll get elected because I'm heroic as fuck. The party are like, yeah, sure, we'll kidnap you. So, the A-team put together their best plan, and Arya summons a storm with Call Lightning, and then turns into a horse that Crumbar rides as they run through the park, trashing with lightning bolts.
So beautiful.
Sweep up Cerule from the park, kidnap her, ride out. Bastiel casts Wall of Fire to block off any chasing them. Kitty had shot her crossbow bolt gun to knock out all the guards' weaponry, so they couldn't be shot at as they were getting left. And then Andromeda hid at the edge of the woods. Bastiel, because she doesn't run so fast. And then they all went and they traversed through the Queenswood. Did I miss anything important, or are we good?
That's a bit.
I think we're good.
Had I used Wish at this point?
Nope, because
no.
Then you go through the Queenswood, you meet some fallen out of favour elves who attack you guys, and then halfway through that, the Elf Queen turns up and just incinerates them with like moonbeams.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, why are you using my forest? Making noise. So, then, at that exact moment, then it seemed like, as the party stated, oh my god, Cyril just got squished by the blue dragon.
I was like, I literally thought that, and I was like, oh no, the blue dragon, she's dead.
It is one of my favourite moments in the game, because I'm just like, oh my god, it's so good. It's just, what do you even do with that? Like, yep, given everything. My favourite part of this entire story is they used Call Lightning to kidnap her. That's one of my favourite things about the entire event.
So good.
Yeah. It's
ironic.
I know, it's just thing is, I think I did hint to use it because I thought it'd be dramatic, but to be fair, even if I was a player, I'd still have suggested using it because it's dramatic, right? Not the fact that I knew what was going on. But let's see. I'll move you over to the screen that we had for that fight, very briefly. And there's also a doodle of the Black Fang Spear on this page for some reason. I don't remember why, but it's there. So, yeah. This happened. I'll be on the stream whenever the stream decides to catch up with us. We had like
I know why.
We had like these people, and we had this guy, whoever he is, Bastiel. We had this person as well. She's got a story, obviously. And then we had the majestic and beautiful, the Elf Queen herself. It just turned up and annihilated everybody. You know, people that weren't so nice. I think Arya is indeed this horse. Yeah, I think Arya is that horse, and obviously then there's a big blue dragon, obviously there, and I think underneath the blue dragon would have been where they believed Thingy was squished.
Because I felt like she obviously teleported on top of her and just was like, haha, squish you.
So yeah, that happened. Then the party were in a big chat with the Elf Queen. Do you want to pick it up from there, somebody?
Yes. Over the course of this. Oh well. Right. So the Elven Queen essentially freezes time on all of us, on everything except us, and she simultaneously has a one-on-one conversation with each one of us, and we have time to discuss the scenario ahead and how we want to go about dealing with this dragon. We have a lot of back and forth. Key things we learn throughout our conversations. She kind of touches her chest knowingly when we mention the Dwarven King getting stabbed by the Black Spear, as if it happened to her as well.
Yeah, like she her hand automatically goes to like her abdomen, as if she had a wound too.
Yeah. Other key thing really of note, she doesn't know anything about Mistress of the Flame, I don't think. We decide to arrange to talk to the Blue Dragon, and nothing we really say gets anywhere.
You give her the crown, by the way, to hold.
Yeah.
Do you remember that? Mm-hmm. You hand her the crown and you hear hissing from her hand. As if it was burning her.
Yeah. Because I just like druids and metal don't go together, so the Elven Queen and metal definitely doesn't go together.
Especially dwarfs and elves.
Yeah, so obviously dwarf steel is made to really hurt elves from the sound of it.
Yeah.
Oh, you know what I should do? We should try giving her one of Dondra Bella's rings, see if it's a mithril thing.
Yeah, we should try and
Why?
Anyway.
Yeah.
Shits and grins.
Anyway,
we
don't really get anywhere with. Yeah, we don't get anywhere with her. Cromwell says, "Fuck this." Plant the sword in the ground, and he casts Wish to give us like the most impactful thing we can. And he wishes for her to be the governor of High Rock.
This is when they're talking to Cyril, the Blue Dragon, which is now revealed for the second time in this scene. Where then, because there's a session after this where I think it's Adre that says, "Wait, Cyril and the Blue is the same thing?" So yeah, it was established a few times. I think there was like 3 runs up at it. But regardless of that, yep, they chat to the Blue because they all talk to the Queen, and Crombar gets something from the Queen that's really important that happens before they talk to them. Crombar.
Oh
Yeah,
yeah.
this was my my kind of ability, or
Well,
you
you
know,
ask her something. You ask her, tell her about your tribe. And what did she
ah,
say? Remember? Regarding Vishal?
yeah, oh yeah, that was Magna's doing
Yeah,
that brought
so
him
that's
back to
the
life.
elf queen that said Magna. That was, Magna's hand was in that event, is what she said. She never said that he brought back Vishal, she just said his hand was in that event. Very mysterious and elf-like.
Oh,
Yeah.
huh.
And then that's when she was like, you seem to want to kill Magna. And she shrugged and was like, I don't really have any strong feelings against that. And then you were like, can you help? And she says, yes, but you don't want the help. Remember? Do you want to tell this part?
And then I was like, no, I do. And then that is when she basically was like, right, okay. She gave me the ability to basically become like channel every orc through me, and it would basically make me like orc god, which would make me able to fight Magna. But it would come at the price of utter sheer madness on my part.
Her exact
Well, you
words
become
were,
like hive mind. It wouldn't be you anymore.
Yeah, yeah.
her wording, from what I remember, was, you will be able to tap into every orc, and the payment for that is you will then belong to every orc.
Which is very, again, vague of how that would affect me as more so how that would affect me as a player.
She gave you this gift and then said you shouldn't use it.
What I'm meaning is I'm still trying to work out how that gift affects me as a player. If that will be use it, the new character sheet is going to have to happen, or
would some of would some of the implication of that be sort of what she has with elves, that kind of connection?
Yeah,
and that she's saying, like, if you take this on, like, you cease to be one person, you become all, and you lose. So sort of a comment on what she's gone through, maybe.
But yeah, like I say, like the main thing I'm still trying to work out is if I do use it, am I essential? Is it essentially a retire Crumbar button, make up a new character?
Obviously, you can tell Hannah where Scott's priorities lay in that moment there. I think it is not. It's not a stretch to draw parallels between her and the myths of the Elf Queen, and the gift she has given to Crumbar that she seems to be describing as a curse.
Okay.
What myths of the Elf Queen? I don't really know much about the Elf Queen other than she's the Elf Queen.
Yeah, she likes it that way.
So, right, so Hannah's implying that this is a power that she's previously used on her for herself in some kind of way.
No.
Well, more the idea that is the Elf Queen not connected to all elves? That not a big thing.
Yep.
But therefore she ceases to be just herself. She is this figurehead. She isn't allowed to just be her. She has to be what's needed for all elves. So she's saying maybe that if you take on that power, there are consequences. You don't get to just be selfish and yourself anymore. You live for the people whose power you've taken.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah. That's what it means.
Right.
Yep, and that's session 59. Yep.
Cool.
The fairest of them all. Yep. So, then the party asks to speak to Cyril, and she's like, really? And this is what they're asking the Elf Queen. And they're like, I mean, sure, if you want, just keep it civil. And because she's obviously holding the angry blue at the bay while chatting to everybody else in their own one-on-ones. So, yeah, the party go and chat to the blue. And then Crumbar.
A wish happens.
And yeah, then wish happens, because this is where it's a kind of, oh, but not governor, why should I help you? Why should I do this? Why should I? And yeah, Crumbar is like, fuck this. Wish!
Something we skipped over, actually, that's a tiny detail, but, we may as well mention it now. When the blue transformed from Cerule in the Fey Forest, and then, went to attack the Elf Queen, she screamed, "Tell me where my brother is." It's probably super important.
Yeah. We'll get into that.
I know, but that happened before this. I was just trying to make sure everything comes out in my brain's order. So that happened. And then the party try and ask her loads of questions about her brother, and she goes, "I don't want you to help," was the summary of it. She's like, "This is beyond you." And then Crumbar's like, "Fuck it, wish."
Yeah.
And she's like, "Hello. Okay. I feel that. I feel I'm governor now. Okay, that's impressive." And he goes, "You gonna stick to your end of the bargain?" And she goes, "I'll do what I can."
Yeah, so that was just a kind of nice wee wrap up, where she ended up sending people down to the abyss. She was also going to try and acquire us a boat to Omen, which, looking back, we should really trek up on that, because it's obvious that we can't just yeet ourselves with the eye into Omen after thinking about what happened to
Very glad you came to
Eric.
this conclusion. Yes.
Yeah. That was one of the notes that I've written down, is like, don't do an Eric,
So,
just to remind me about what it was.
Bastiel, anything to wrap up with the Queen?
Three things. I scrolled up from my notes.
Yep.
Three things real quick with the Elven Queen was, right. She gives us two new players, Legel and Riz.
Yeah.
We try and rope her into the UN program, which means we need a token. We don't end up getting anything, but we try and offer a bunch of things. Bastiel offers a diamond, not as a diamond, but as one of the last things he has from his maker, who's, to his knowledge, is long gone. She kind of destroys the diamond in her hand and 3D prints the big blue apple diamond. That's where we got that from. And she says specifically, doesn't she say this could be used to revive a king or something?
Yeah.
She says something along those lines that kind of alludes to the idea that it might, in my mind, save Crumbar if he did give into the orc power or something like that.
She mostly just implied this is more than just your standard diamond, really, was her weird elf way of saying, maybe it's even got the power to revive a king. Because, you'd revived a king with a diamond beforehand, right? Maybe she was being a wee bit of, elfin cheek.
Oh, yeah, see that, yeah. And then the last really important thing is that she gives us the quest of assembling the pieces of the spear. She tells us it is these pieces that you need.
Yeah, it's Kitty she gives that
Go
to. Exactly.
Yeah.
But Kitty ends up staying.
Yeah, so Kitty leaves at that point. She stays to go see her family, because her family live in the Queenswood as well, because she's an elf. But she tells the party, so the artifact that can help seal the abyssal breach that the Elf Queen told me about, you'll need this, 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 and this. And that was obviously the Eye of Janus, the Rod of Pa, the Black Fang Spear, and the Astral Hammer to forge it and wielded by a god.
To wield it.
Yep.
Yep.
Then
the
party don't go north, they go south out of the Queenswood. And as they leave the Queenswood, they all...
Why were we going to go north?
You kept trying to make everybody go north. And then the party then all have cool elven cloaks as they leave the Queenswood.
Oh, yeah!
And then the party wander down south, and then they rest for the night. And then there's Bastiel's the one keeping watch because he doesn't need sleep, and he sees a disco cloud heading his way. He's like, what? What is that? And then there's a cloud and ropes fall out of the cloud, and then all these goblins and hobgoblins descend on everybody, and then there's a big fight, and then Arya summons giant spiders, and that's why it was called Nightmare Fuel, and sadly that video was missing. And it was a big fight, and we got to see how Plagal and Riz fought, because Riz fought with a spear and kind of shadowy elf man, and Plagal's a big sorcerer dude as an elf as well, and obviously Arya, the Nightmare Fuel queen herself, and Bastiel being a small inferno, Crumbar being the swordsman expert that he is. Blah blah blah.
Oh my!
They
that was a
absolutely
lot.
annihilate these people in a fairly cool and tough fight, and then they climb the ropes up the clouds.
I'm right in saying that's the last fight we were in, wasn't it?
Who knows? Probably. Ignore travel games, and then you head up to the clouds. Everybody climbs up except Dondrobella and I want to say, is it you? Yeah, you and Dondrobella, because Plague polymorphs them into eagles, and they fly up. That was the best thing Dondrobella has ever done in her life.
That's so awesome.
And they go up, and they find a flying castle. I take it from here, guys.
Yeah. The other side of the disco in the clouds was a floating castle.
Yeah.
We kind of working away the party up, right? Doesn't
matter. You're all up.
I think Plague will turn.
Doesn't matter.
Monkey.
We've covered that. Everybody's up.
Yeah, we do that. I get encased in amber, Jurassic Park style, as a giant bird. I fly towards the apex of the keep, and I just get solidified in amber. And Mark steps out. So,
who is a very odd man.
How the fuck do we explain Mark?
Literally, he is a wizard who seems to have forgotten how to. He just can't. He can't even. It would appear.
Imagine a wizard that's kind of been. This isn't what he is, but just imagine he's completely fallen to his research. He just talks gibberish. Everything. He talks in riddles. He talks like the Doctor. He's just a cracked out guy. He doesn't know why he's there or what for.
He's a few chips short of a Happy Meal, is how I would describe it.
Yeah. So convince him to release me from the kind of crystal.
He doesn't like birds, which is why he was trapped in amber.
Yeah. We start the castle with the keep. We scour it. We don't end up finding anything. The key thing is we find a locked tower. We spend, I think the next session after that, we spend a while just trying to get in. I swing my axe at it. Axe goes through. I can't leave here without my axe, so we just try absolutely everything to open the door.
Yeah,
Go on.
Yeah, it turns out all we needed to do was just reattach the handle. And it was like, oh, okay, well, that was a thing.
Yeah, Dondrobella, I think, solved that one, did she not?
So we reattached the handle, and it's like, we go in, and it's almost like time works differently in here, so it's hard for me to describe it.
Yeah, but what's the important points? Get to the important points.
It's an endless flight of stairs, essentially, and people do different things along the way, and it gets them in different locations. So,
what does Bastille do? What does Bastille do during this?
Bastille gets lazy and he gets tired of these goddamn stairs, so he must transmute rock on the side of the tower.
Was it meld with stone or something?
Yeah, meld into stone. That was it. He phases through the wall, and suddenly he's walking on the clouds, and he sees a strange lady off in the distance. Anyway, the party's still going up the tower. They get stuck in the House of Mirrors, and eventually they stumble upon a crystal at the top, and it's a talking crystal. They try and reason with it. It's really sassy. It's a dick. And then
Dondrobella's there drinking wine on the floor, and she's like, "You won't like what it's got to say."
Oh no, the crystal is a cunt.
It referred to itself as the house. Yeah.
Why did they do that? They everyone just huddled around it and put their hand on the crystal.
That's how they spoke to it. That's how it communicated.
Oh right, and anyway, Riz has a marking on his hand, right? A mysterious marking that does bad things.
Basically, it's the mark of the Prince of Shadows on his palm that he keeps bandaged up. That's what Riz has on his palm, and he decides to touch the crystal.
Puts that on the
with
crystal.
That. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the crystal shatters immediately, and the castle starts to crumble, and the whole thing is just falling out of the sky now. So Bastiel's talking to this lady.
Who's
She's
called?
basically like
Angel Lament.
You remember that
Turns out to be
NPC?
Angela-
Because she's a
Angel
cunt.
Indra Lament. This is the lady that I shared that picture of the mermaid art a while ago. I described Indra Lament's hair like falling water. That's
Yeah. I'm just trying to make conversation with her. She's like, "Oh, by the way, your friends are kind of fucked." I'm like, "Huh?" Like, yeah, I mean, I can save them if you agree to my conditions, basically. So,
She's
long
very
story
upfront.
short, Bastiel has to agree to a contract with her to save the party. He does that. Angela Lament is the god of regret, so basically means at any point she can just be like, "Yo, you."
She never
have
actually
to
says
do
that.
this thing.
She never calls herself the god of regret.
But I mean, she kind of is, right?
No,
She's the god of.
He's
She's the
learned
god
what
of
she is,
being a.
but it's not the god of regret.
She's the god of blocking fun.
No.
Essentially,
The god of blocking
Long
solutions.
story short, right? So Bastiel agrees. So Indra Lament says, "I can save them all for you, but it will cost you regret in the future if I intercept their demise." Blah blah blah. And he's like, "No, obviously, save them." And then everybody appears in the Cloudland. Okay. Yes. Then they ask her a whole bunch of questions, and she goes, "I can answer if you agree to regret as a payment." And everyone's like, give us a minute. Yeah. Yep.
I get a sick axe off of her because I'm like, well, I'm in it now. She's going to get me at any point. Let me just go for it. So I have a second regret with her. And so anyway, we start wandering around the clouds. It seems like it's her realm. We're in a different space entirely because it's kind of endless and it goes nowhere. So we get frustrated. Eventually, Crombar was like, "You know what? Take us to Vishal. I'm going to kill him."
He asks a question before
We
that.
immediately.
It's like, can I defeat Vishal?
Yeah. So I asked, can I defeat Vishal? Where is he? And can you take us to him? And then she's like, "Yeah, sure. Yeah, you could have. He's
She
here."
actually says, "Only you could have."
Oh.
So then we're in a mysterious land with alien architecture all of a sudden. And we encounter us.
Right, I think you're right. You're skipping over something that I just want to repeat. So this was a moment for me that I made probably a really stupid player move, and I just went, "All right, take us there now," and that was one of the kind of turning points in my play style of shit. I need to rethink how I play this game, because basically it was a case of I just like zoom went, and everyone had to come. But yeah, then
no, because you said take all of us who were in the castle there. That was your exact words to her. There was no I went and then everybody had to go. You took everybody. You literally committed them. That's not what you said. But also, so after he got his 3 regrets that he went into, she stops him before she sends him and says, "I'm claiming my first 2 regrets now." And Crombar's like, "What?" He goes, 1, you're not allowed to kill Vishal. And 2, you need to stop anybody else trying. Bye.
She's a dirty slut.
No, she's not.
Really?
But anyway, then the party end up in, this place that seems like it's snowing. It's quite nice, actually.
Look at the map.
Yeah. Can. That doesn't just happen in seconds, guys. There's a lot of work that goes into bringing these things up.
Map!
But carry on. Don't let the map delay stop you discussing what happened there. Because yes, you've met wonderful Tilda Swinton.
Kind of. There's no one around but us, just standing there munching away an apple. I think. Talk to her, just as cryptic as Mark, but we do learn of this kind of heavenly arsenal, and I don't think at that point she really divulged anything.
Just her name.
We're like, okay. Yeah, her name, and we're like, all right, if you're not going to fight us, you're not going to help us, we're just going to move on. We move on to the kind of temple setup behind her, go through, and we see Vishal sitting there, kind of corpsed on a throne.
He was
unmoving.
sat with his head leaning on his fist, snoozing. He was asleep.
Yeah, on a throne.
I am trying to find this map, but it's
We
taken a while.
kind of do a bit of setup, examine the room a bit. You're probably going to pull it up anyway.
Right.
Long story short, we get into a fight with him because we think we can take him down.
Let's.
First move.
Here we go. Here's the first place they ended up. I get rid of these people on the stream. There we go. Webamzo. So this place that has nothing growing in it, even though the map might indicate things are growing here. There was not. There was just the big brazier with the fire in it. Arse standing next to it eating an apple, and the party milling about. And then they take a long time to decide to go through those doors at the end. Once that happened, I'll then move us to the next map. 2 wee seconds to load the next one. So then they go through and we change orientation. And they come through the doors at the bottom, down here. And then they all walk forward and they step up onto this, and Riz does some sneaky boy stuff. And Vishal was up here. On the seat, snoozing.
Mm-hmm.
And then Crumbar. Do you want to take it from there, Crumbar?
Yeah, I just realised I think we might have skipped over something quite important.
Such as?
And me speaking to the Great Gold Worm.
I mean,
was that
happened?
Oh, yeah, that wasn't me.
Yep. Well,
yeah, because that. What?
But you've told them that, right? They know you had a dream where you spoke to the Great Gold Worm. And he was in chains.
Yeah.
And we've covered that like relentlessly for the Hannah and Kirsten's benefit. But that did happen in the keep. He fell asleep with paladin armor on. He dreamt of the Great Gold Worm, saw him wrapped in big red energy chains, and saw something above it, and he shot it with like guiding bolt, I think, a few times. It shattered bits of Eric's hammer. So he's like, wait, this is Eric's hammer? What the fuck? But the Eye of Janus was still floating above, and he's like, And then the Great Gold Worm did what he could to convey some form of burning Crumbar to death, who woke up in bed covered in molten gold armor.
It's more so that you know where that happened in the storyline.
It was a good point to bring up.
Yeah, that happened when we're in that floaty castle. But back to reality, or not reality, whatever this is. So we have seen Vishal, and he's chilling in that throne, just having a snooze. And obviously, we start approaching. Eventually, it gets to the point where I just end up walking up to him, being like, "Yo!" And he's like, "Oh, it's you." And so I start questioning him.
No, his first thing's, why are you here? How did you even get here?
Yes. And I'm like, I fell. So
keep it on target. You need to make this brief. Stick to the important bits.
I basically started questioning him about, the Rod of Pa and things like that, and also his relationship with Magna. And when I said that, it was like, it was obvious it pissed him off. And he was like, "Yeah, you should leave." And I'm like, "No, I have questions." He's like, "Yeah, you should leave." I'm like, "No, I have." "Yeah, you should not fuck it." And then he used power word kill on me. And holy fuck, was I not in a good mood. But everyone kind of then scrambled to save me. Bastille brought me back to life. We ended up leaving. And before we kind of got to the end, Vishal kind of came up to me and he was like, "We don't have..."
No, we ended with power word kill, really, right? Like, that was the dramatic finale to that session. The next session, which took a long time of Scott going, "How do we fix everything? I think I've got the party killed again." And there was a lot of talk about that. And then he started by saying, "I'm sorry," and he rolled a performance check.
Yeah, that's right. I apologized. And it was probably the scariest fucking roll I've ever done. But he seemed to let us go.
Got a nat 20.
And he did.
You got like a nat 20. I just want to focus on the part where it was just absolutely perfectly timed again.
Yeah. And yeah, basically before we left, he was like, "Yeah, we don't need to be enemies." And I'm like, Thank you.
No, Crumbar
but-
tries to like go, give us the rod of Pa, and he's like, what do you want it for? And he
Mm.
goes, well, we want to close all those hellholes. And he goes, those hellholes you watched me open with the rod of Pa? No deal. And Crumbar's
Mm.
like, fuck, I shouldn't have said that. And Crumbar's like, but we've got the blue on our side. And he's like, yes, I can't remember the fucking order now either, but the fourth child is no match for the second.
Or
The fourth child is no
Yeah.
match for the second. I do say it wrong in that session, but the true statement is the fourth child is no match for the second, is what he says back to Crumbar when Crumbar tries to like buff over the blue. And then as Crumbar's like, I guess we'll just go then, and Vishal's like, that's a good idea. As he's walking away, Vishal says, mostly just to Crumbar only, we don't need to be enemies. And Crumbar just thinks on that as he leaves. Okay,
Yeah.
next important point.
Yeah.
Raziel?
So then we apologize. We get the fuck out of there. First thing we see when we step off this kind of marble location, we teleport into, I guess, a stone, is an ashen landscape. It's an entire city of ruined timber and ashes, and the skies. Was the sky red at this point?
No, it was just overcast, like an ash
Okay,
cloud.
it's overcast. Yeah, I imagine us being like up to our knees in ash.
There,
we're
you
just
were,
waiting
yeah, up to knees.
through this,
Dunderbella was not
well-
happy.
Mm.
Yeah, and because of the injury situation, we don't actually have any clue where we could be. So we're just walking. We you know.
And there was like no buildings above like 10 foot
walking,
left
eventually-
either. Everything was like trashed and everything, all the stonework now, it looked like it was a proper big fancy stone city once, long ago.
And
But-
yeah, but now
Pro-
it's just been an absolute
Yeah.
wreck.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Yeah, and we like walked to the point where I think we got to this kind of cliff point, and we looked over, and it was some like dreadful sea full of beasties, and it was like, yeah,
No, there was
Where do we go?
nothing viewed in
Hmm?
the sea. There was just the fact that it looked like half of whatever the city had been broken off and fell into it. That's what it looked like, because it was
Yeah.
like a broken off chunk of land. It didn't look like the land naturally ended. So it looked like whatever trashed this place also like chunked a bit of the land up. Yep. So they debated swimming
Yeah.
in a sea they didn't know where it went. In a direction they didn't know which way to go.
Yeah.
Yeah. Lots of debates.
So at this point, I'm like, well, who can we ask? What about?
Carry on. Nobody said anything.
Who do we ask? Well, how about the god of travel himself? So cast divination, and this is huge. Can we get the map for that? This is crazy.
Can lead into it though. There's more to go.
The map for what?
So instead of
Oh,
just
yeah.
divination working the way divination's meant to work, what happened? Walk us through it, blow by blow.
Well, time slows and everything goes red around Bastille. Everyone around him, it kind of grinds to a halt, and he's kind of standing in this realm, this red realm with Janus. And we have this conversation. We go back and forth. I'm basically trying to ask him, where are we? How can we get out of here? And it ends with him saying, he mentions that only one other person has beaten him in a game before, basically. And we have a chance to try our hand at this game with him. And if we win, we get what we want. Then the game happens.
Well, he says
And
you
it's-
should go get the consent of your companions, is what he says. He doesn't
Yeah.
just start the game and risk everybody. He says that's
Well,
on
yeah.
you to decide.
I ask everyone first, and then, yeah.
Because Bastille turns round
Yeah,
from
they
the
agree
weird
to it.
bridge scape that they're on, because there's a weird metaphorical bridge they're standing at either side of. Bastille turns round and the entire party are like, so where are we? As they're all suddenly next to him. And that's when the party all agree to play this game.
You
With
want to get the consent
God of
there.
Travel.
Like, no, they agreed. If they died, that was them.
Oh yeah, it's important though. Very important.
Yeah.
Because if you might have
So
noticed
the
that this
game
is all
will-
on you guys.
If you imagine a three-legged race, the game was, I guess, five-legged chess. It was a game of chess with our characters as some of the pieces, and we had alternating goes against Janus, and his board was made up of different beasties and figures.
It was
So we Yeah, it was like
Mm.
if you move to kill something, you actually have to fight it D&D style then. So you have to share a block and kill it.
It is
Like
by
D&D style.
far the most weirdest game of chess I've ever played. It was like chess meets Yu-Gi-Oh meets fucking Dungeons and Dragons meets the
Anyway.
ability to just rape my mind.
Long
Harry
story
Potter.
short.
We won.
And let's refrain from certain words, Scott, shall we? But long
Yeah,
story
I just
short, we
realised
are
that.
playing chess, and it seems like it isn't just a game, because when they try to take a piece, they have to fight the piece. But Janus's pieces seem to be able to just take theirs without a fight. There was a bit of risk involved in this.
We win, and that's where we get the Eye of Janus from.
And I want to just point out at this point, this is when Ryan instantly regretted deciding, without realising, it would be him versus 5 other minds playing chess. And I instantly regretted it. But I'm going to just put my hand out and say, I was very proud that I managed to hold out with having not played chess in 10 years. I managed to hold my own until the end of the session against 5 people as one player.
Oh, yeah.
The only thing in my favour
Hell
was
yeah.
the fact that they had to fight my pieces. But, whew, that was a tough game to keep interesting. So I'm like, what if they just win instantaneously because I'm shit? Like, that could have happened. But luckily,
Yeah,
it took the whole session.
That's right. Pieces killed things instantly. But the other way around, we had to fight the hard way.
But you aren't exactly, like, this was scaled for you guys. Like, you had the advantage significantly with the scaling of this fight. Because there was so many things.
Yeah.
No, like not wee bit, legitimately. Like, you had incredible advantage over a lot of the things. You out-leveled a lot of it. Things
Ryan's
you
a
didn't
sore
out-level.
loser.
Things you didn't out-level. Janus. But regardless of that,
Yeah, thank God we didn't.
Arya did literally the Queen's Gambit and helped win the game, which was nice.
At this point, my contract with Indra kicks in, and she says Bastiel can have nothing to do with the Eye of Janus whatsoever.
Yep.
Which is such a weird one.
Didn't she also say that you don't want anything to do with it? I feel like she also added that in, but maybe I just made that up. But I feel like she did say that. Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Yeah. If not, she definitely did now.
Nice. Okay, good. New law.
But I feel like that was said, but maybe I just had it in my head and didn't say it because a lot of things happen. Regardless of that, the party get an Eye of Janus because the thing that they did this for was, well, Bastiel asked for clarity. He goes, so what do we get if we win? And he goes, all your journeys will end. And Bastiel was like, does that mean our answer, like we'll get the answers to our questions? Or he's like, so we playing? Yeah. So then, the party go back to the Ashen Wasteland, and then they go, right, where to, guys? And then they use the Eye of Janus to go to, I believe, Horizon.
Yes.
Sorry, 2 seconds. Just trying to catch up. 'Cause that was travel games, wasn't it?
Yep, that was travel games. Of course it was.
Cider is apples you drink.
Yeah, because they took. So everybody goes to Horizon. They're outside Horizon. They go to the Maiden Voyage. That's the tavern that you've been in. And they met like Charisma, the bar lady. And they also introduced Arse to cider, which is the apples you drink.
And
Yeah, I just remembered where that, just such a great way to describe cider.
Yeah.
It was Horizon because Justor the UN program, right? That was why.
Also, just because the party were like, they hadn't seen Justoria since the fact that they were meant to meet her at that hillhole many moons ago. Yeah, I was like, we should probably check in on her.
Yeah,
also,
okay.
Horizon had loads of magical stuff. Like, remember, you were going to go check in with like the Rod of Pa and the Brotherhood of Pa and all the magical scholars that exist. Horizon's just a massive lore city, so yeah. There's many reasons why you have always went back to Horizon. Many reasons, many sensible ones. But regardless of that, the paths converge is pretty much when you go around town, you meet some interesting NPCs, you piss off some interesting NPCs, you meet Iganis Dani, or whatever her name was. Yep.
I loved her.
She was great. She was an awesome tiefling
I was
blacksmith.
gonna say for
Hyla.
Hannah's benefit, she was a tiefling.
She had a cool, as I said,
Ooh.
she had a cool cracked horn that she'd like filled in with metal. Which was quite cool. Most of her
She's
stuff.
cool.
Yeah,
Because
she was.
tieflings are the coolest.
She was badass.
She was just cool AF.
She also like
as the
forged
kids say.
magic items, which was a big deal.
That's really cool.
Yeah, and Crombar was like, "Can I have one of these, and these?" And then Riz was with him. He's like, "Can I also have that bow, please?" Cool. And then it came to like 80,000 gold or something, and they're like,
Yeah, and that's when I learnt the value of money in this game.
or just magic
Serious
items being
shit, though. It
expensive.
was like same time.
It was top tier stuff. Yes, it really was top tier stuff. But regardless of that, they did that. That's when Arya was like, I think I'll go buy some diamonds for my revivify power I now have as a part of being the druid I am. And then she went in and Justoria was like, don't worry, I'll pay for those. And she's like, oh my god, Justoria, you're okay. And then the party all went for a picnic with Justoria. That's where we're on to 73, Insight. And then 74, Justoria. So do you just want to take it from here? What did you deal with at the picnic with Justoria?
Yeah, we have food with her. Magna comes and joins in. We don't get anything out of him. Actually, we say something. What was it that we said that makes him immediately go? But Vishal. We bring up Vishal over dinner. We try and pick Magna's brain. We basically tell him everything, to be honest with you.
Yeah, I mentioned Vishal, and then he's like, "Oh,
You show off your sword though.
I do."
It was quite like, that's a nice sword, yeah.
Yeah, it's going to be your death, bitch. But yeah, I end up telling him about Vishal, and he's like, "Oh, BRB, I think I left the stove on."
Yeah.
Then he disappears, and after he disappears is when Eremos shows up and shanks Justoria.
Not quite.
Just
You just take Justoria into
Well, no,
Riz's
we
magical
go-
spear dimension and just run her through everything you're thinking and have at that point. So you basically give her the story so far.
Yes.
And then she's like, huh, isn't that interesting? And then you leave there with some newfound direction in life. And then that's when Eremos stabbed her through the chest and she
swear to
flickers
God,
between
Ryan.
demon
Well, what
mode
about
and...
the box of charms?
Oh, you mean the thing that Riz
Box
was
of charms
given
from the
by...
prince.
Oh, some shadowy guy.
Yeah.
So some shadow guy that seemed important to
Yeah.
Riz, he gave him a box to deliver to Justoria, and then he's like, oh, I don't know if I want to do that. And he goes, well, it's that or die, I suppose, but it's on you, buddy. So Riz gives this mystery box gift to Justoria. She opens it, and it's her mother's charm bracelet she gave her long ago. So she puts the charm bracelet back on, and Arya's like, wait, don't I have that? I'm like, no, because you broke it and all the charms vanished. And she's like, oh. So it's the thing that Arya has been given to signal Justoria that this person, this shadowy person, seems to have went and picked up all the pieces of, made it back into a bracelet, gave it to Riz to give back to Justoria. Justoria was like, oh, my mum gave me this.
Yeah, I thought that's important.
Yeah. Justoria also thought it was important.
We should probably look into why that person Victoria.
Eh.
Yeah.
And then, well, it's important because our mum gave it to her. That's why. So yeah, that happened, and then she was stabbed after a big bit of exposition happened from the party to her and her to the party, because they were like, "You seem pretty tight with Magna," and she's like, "He's my dad," and they're like, "Oh, I suppose." Yeah. And then, as I said, Eremos turns up, stabs her. She flickers between demon form and Justoria form again, and then he vanishes, and the party are like, "Fuck!" And then Arya tries to revivify, and then the demon Justoria was like, "Leave." And then she like rainbows you guys into the forest, and I think you meet Serene.
Oh my god!
Yay! We're slowly getting to everyone being here.
So this is session 75.
Yeah.
Royal Mail. So, Serene?
Oh, me. Okay, I have to talk now. Whoa. Yeah, so people fell out of the sky. And, then we pretty much straight away bamfed to the Queenswood.
Mm-hmm.
Where we, talked to her, asked some questions. She was very cryptic.
And she seemed like you didn't teleport there. She seemed to open like a tree gateway to
Oh yeah,
like
she opened a tree gate, and because we weren't sure where we were or where we were going, and then just like a a gate appeared out of nowhere. So we were like, sure, let's go through. After some debate, we weren't sure whether we were going to go through or not. And then we kind of ushered ourselves through.
Yep.
Talked to the Queen.
Yeah.
She gave kind of, cryptic answers to everyone but me.
Yeah.
She gave me answers to the questions I asked. So that was very
You seem
helpful.
to be immune to cryptic answers from everybody. Have you noticed this?
Yeah, she's very cryptic. So I asked her why, like, my world was without magic, and she was like, "Oh, it's because them hellholes." Essentially.
Damn those kids.
Yeah.
Then for that session, we went through another. We were about to go through another.
Oh, you keep cutting out.
Yeah, you're coming and going. You're very quiet.
Man.
Can still kind of hear you. Okay, try again.
Well,
there you go.
The whole way.
There we go. Yep. So we got as far as learned hellholes, and then you were going to go somewhere else.
Yeah. So that's pretty much it for that session, and we were about to go to High Rock, which was the next session.
Yep.
And we were going to go see Cerule. We left her a message. She didn't want to see us straight away, which was a bit rude, but you know.
Elven Queen.
Yeah, we went to the park. Ars gave me an apple, so that was nice. Played with water. Went to the docks. Went to the unarmed piano.
Yes, and got some rooms for the night.
And then straight away went to the Citadel.
Yep, straight to the Golden Order Citadel. Yep,
straight to the Golden Order, where we met Dane
Valfiel. Yep, Dane Valfiel. Yep, the lore keeper. Yep.
Who's the lore keeper?
Fucker.
What was that?
It's fine.
Douchebag.
They confirmed that the Great Gold Worm could be on Omen or Santa Cora, given by the decor in the
Santa Decorum. Yep.
Yeah, Santa Decor.
Maybe I know he's not there, but it still might be worth checking out.
Mm.
You get there and just there like a bender hiding from the world with like big shades on.
It's just hiding. And then we found out that they're the agent of the Blue, and they were like, "Oh my god, the Blue will see you now." And we're like, what?
Yeah.
So then we had to go back to High Rock in the next session. We went back to High Rock. We told her about Justoria's resurrection, and she was like, "Huh, weird." Said that Magnus would not hurt Justoria, and then we're like, "Oh, but she might be a demon." Then she said, "Was like, maybe she would hurt. Maybe he would hurt Justoria then."
Yeah.
Maybe that's the thing.
Yeah, she was very much like, why would her dad Magna hurt the Princess Justoria? That doesn't make any sense. He goes, oh, she was kind of a demon. He goes, okay, then probably.
She was a demon. Oh, okay, yeah, that sounds about right then.
Fair. Yep.
And then we learned from her then that Vishal was the Red's priest. And we learned the Red's name. Pradir. We learned about Viridis, the Green, who my people used to follow a very long time ago.
Yeah, but
I didn't know about that.
Yeah, because then you just be like, "Oh, who's that?" After me being like, "So what's he doing?" She's like, "I'm not telling you." And then you're like, "I'm just going to ask you questions and see what happens."
Yeah, I was very enamored and just talking random questions to her. It's like, I'm just going to ask. I'm just going to be straight with you. I'm just going to ask these questions. And yeah, we don't know whether they were kind of bad or not, but they were a green dragon that my people used to follow. We learned that the Eye of Janus was the one thing that was holding the Great Gold Worm. We learned that then.
So that was news for you. Yep.
That was news for me.
Yep.
And that it can do more than just teleport. We learned that there. We didn't know what it could do, but we learned from her that it could do more.
Well, no, but yes. You told her
Kind of.
it seemed to do more, because Crumber was
seems
like,
to do
well, I
more.
saw it holding the Great Gold Worm, and because I remember, I think it was I want to say Bastiel said, oh, we've just learned it can do more because she just told him. Like, she didn't. She just repeated what you just told her.
Oh yeah, she was like, oh, maybe it can
It's
do
like,
more.
you have just told me what it's done, though it isn't just teleporting, clearly. So,
Yeah.
I'm like, that's what you guys said to her. Yeah. Just don't want to accredit her with more knowledge than she necessarily has.
Yeah.
Yes. My characters aren't allowed to metagame. Your characters aren't allowed to metagame. Fair is fair.
I've then written down that Cerule is sassy.
Yes.
So yeah.
It's badass. And that is when we introduce another character.
Yes.
Ooh.
Do we? Who else is left?
You know, Crumbar's had a good run. Bye, Scott. But yes, Isla.
Yes. I meet the party, and I think in a very similar way to Serene, we bop around the planet.
Yeah, but it's also just that kind of like, I think your introduction was just done so well.
You're welcome.
Just this kind of like, hi, yeah. So apparently I have to follow you about now. Whereas like, I feel like with
Serene.
I was like Callie, Serene. We were just like, it was just that kind of way where like, all right, you come along now. Like it was more we dragged her, whereas you were like, excuse me, can I just follow your, like, almost like, I don't want to use the word fangirl, but you know that kind of like, can I just follow you and just see what happens?
The part I liked was when Cerule saw her standing with the group was, you should go with them too. Yes.
Yeah. Yeah.
As if it was her idea and not Celeste's. Oh dear.
It's always good to claim ideas as your own.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Cerule 101. But yes, okay, so we've got that. We're now on to session 78, Faux Pas. Bastille, perhaps.
Oh. Yeah.
You want to lead this one?
Okay. Yeah. So we have the Eye of Janus at this point. We're turning our attention to the other pieces of the spear, working on the rod while we're in Horizon. Wait, High Rock at this point.
High
right?
Rock.
High Rock, yeah. Assemble the pieces for a divination with Pa.
Yeah.
And I mean, are we still going? Everyone knows what
this
happens
is the story so far. The audience don't. They never watched anything before now. There's people stepping in point, remember?
Alright. So then I encounter the shadowy... I get teleported to this realm with a corpse on the ground, multicolored light.
Well, top of a tower with a sea of colours first. And then you get pulled into the tower, into like, you know, this towering library. And at the bottom of it, you're greeted with a corpse and a shadowy being.
Yeah, and I immediately think it's the Prince of Shadows and I start interrogating it. It's puzzling me. It talks like Mark. So then I make a second divination, vivisection.
Yeah.
And I call Celeste walks onto the scene in the flesh or whatever. And
or whatever, yeah.
Yeah. She converses with the thing. She explains that it can't hurt me. I think she kind of, they talk like they're allies now, or they're not enemies at least.
Mm-hmm.
She's like, Bastille, why am I here? I'm like, I don't know what I'm doing. She's like, don't do this again.
Yeah, it's like, we don't need to speak this way. Was essentially the gist of what she said. Like, you don't need to phone me this way.
Yeah. Lots of confusing conversation with the shadow creature, and then it kind of does it meld with the corpse?
No, you try and revivify the corpse.
Oh, that's right. I'm scared for this corpse. I'm worrying. I'm like, I have to bring him back. Attempt revivify, and I use my diamond from the Elven Queen.
Yeah, you do.
It
And the body
The
disintegrates
corpse,
into like diamond dust. Yeah.
Yeah. Pile of diamond dust.
Mm.
And then it gets up, right?
No, all the shadows pull off of the figure into his fist, and then he just like flickers them away, and then he reveals it. Hi, so I'm Pa. With his hair made of light, and I'm just looking at it going, "Huh, well that was nice of you." And you have a wee chat with Pa.
Yeah, have a chat. Where's the rod? Can we make our own? Essentially, it boils down to the rod doesn't belong to him anymore, and he isn't invested in any particular side in the world. So
He
it's hard to
didn't.
convince him.
He didn't really seem to care about the rod, as if it seems the rod's named after him more than it actually is his. Is the impression I got.
Or if he wanted or something. I don't
Say
know.
again. You cut out.
Or he could just make another. Like, it is disposable, I guess.
Your assumption is he made the first one.
That's what I'm saying. I don't think it's a personal item of his at all. I just think it's just like, oh right, like if I like my teacup now, if I was like, this is the cup of Ryan, it's like, what's that to Ryan? It's like, oh no, but if I drink from this, I gain the meta knowledge of Ryan. I mean, sure, if you think that, but nothing to actually do with Ryan.
Yeah, ceremony, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Doesn't really go too far, but we kind of get.
These are quite pleasant with each other, though. You and Pa seem to be quite pally.
Yeah, partly.
He waves you off, calling you
back.
the Rod of Celeste.
Yeah.
It seemed to
don't
amuse
get
him.
any key information from him. I get flicked, bonked in the head by the Elven Queen's diamond. Except this time it's got this multicolored shimmer, and I peer through it.
Yeah.
And something interrupts that, doesn't it?
Mm.
I get message for Isla.
Yeah. So Isla, do you want to take over?
Yeah, so we're all crammed into a tiny room.
Doing research.
Doing some research. There's a knock at the door. There's a very confused bartender. And a message from the governor's mansion from the Cobalt Cabal. And there's a cool box, which is locked by lightning, full of money.
Yep. Crumbar was very
So
shocked.
He was. So we're given kind of like here's to help you open some doors. Felt a bit like a blessing to kind of start us off.
Yeah.
Tyrell's nice that way.
I may have shocked myself a little bit, which was funny.
Yeah. So yeah, the party got some starter money for their Kickstarter. Yep. And Cyril's their #1 patron.
She's bought into us.
Yeah, that was session 79. Session 80, you decide to go visit Forge. Right.
But before that, I went to a jewelry makey guy who made up a bunch of rings for us to kind of be like, look, we have now symbols that unite us, and also let me use magic spells.
Yeah, true that. You give everybody cool rings, friendship rings. Yep. Yeah.
What are they? Paternity rings?
No.
Fraternity?
No.
Whatever
Friendship
those things are
rings.
called.
Stand by what I said. Friendship rings. Yup. Moving on.
Like bracelets, but rings.
Yeah, exactly. Okay. Yep, carry on, Ella.
I bully Crumbar into returning a book.
Yep.
And so we start our...
The Golden Citadel. Yep.
Bopping. We go to the Golden Citadel. It's creepily abandoned. Library's locked. We never really find out about that. But we go and see Zadreka.
There's no one.
Yes.
there.
Zadreka. The best NPC.
It seems really cool.
I like her. I'm fond of her. She seems very stressed though.
She's so no shit. She sometimes not to draw comparisons with the other things. there's something like, see how you based Justoria off of thingy, whose name I don't
Yeah,
want to
Shoriag Dashlu.
Yeah, like if Justoria is based off Shoriak Dashlu, I feel like Zedrek is based off more like Christian
Yeah.
Avasarala. Yeah.
Sure. It's more just just-
Tarth.
say again, sorry, Sean.
I was thinking Brienne of Tarth.
Yeah, like she got definite vibes of I don't really have
yeah.
time for your shit. I would say Zedrek is probably somewhere between Brienne and Cat Stark. You know, the actual no fucks given, like, you know, need to get shit done mode. Definitely a blend of that, just not as annoying as Cat Stark and as capable as Brienne.
Yeah.
You know.
Fucking
But yeah,
best.
she's a badass silver folk dark
Uh-huh.
elf. And we gotta love that. Their sharp teeth and their sharper wit. But yes, so you meet her. She tells you that Dane left to go deal with some personal business, and that's why the library's locked. Because he's not a paladin. So,
Mhm.
Not even a paladin.
Nope.
That day.
well, lots of people aren't paladins that work there. All those people you were protecting from the Red Dragons, they're no paladins.
Whoops. Never mind.
They're just people
Don't say
that,
anything.
you know. I think you just don't like Dane.
Yeah.
Oh dear.
I wonder why.
It was nothing but helpful. Right, we've had that. Then where do you go after Sidreka says, please keep doing what you're doing, whatever that is. Also, thanks for the mercenaries that came
Back
from
to
High Rock.
Horizon.
Yep.
Back to Horizon to analyze the eye.
Yep. You meet with Prisma, who immediately spots you in reception of basically the magic police, and she's like, just come with me now, don't even speak.
Yep. We established that for her to analyze it, she'd have to take the eye off of us.
Yeah.
And sit down with it for a while.
And you seems conflicted by this, so that swiftly was a non-starter, so she kicks you out. That's it.
Yeah.
Covered the basics. Yep. Then you go into the other side of the offices, which is the offices of the Justoria. You chat with Tosha, the best NPC. And then what happens then, Callie? You're not Callie.
No, sorry, I'm just trying to catch up on my notes here.
So yeah, we meet Tasha,
Hmm.
and we want to see Justoria, but she's like not having it. Like, come on, just let us see Justoria, and she's like, no.
Help her blow out.
No. Help her go out. But no,
We're on
not
the
gonna do
level.
it. And then like everyone freezes because oh my god, Magna's here.
Can't.
So we follow him out to like a balcony kind of area.
Basically just to teleport all of you to the top of the tower. Essentially, yeah. Like as you walk out, those things just
Lord of the
reshape.
Rings style.
Yeah, it's just badass that way.
We ask him a bunch of questions that he doesn't really want to answer because it's not to do with Justoria. He only wants to find out like where Justoria is and what's going on with her. So, and because we don't know and we didn't really want to like say, oh yeah, she's a demon now. And that kind of thing. So we basically got nothing out of him, and he was like, "Oh fuck you guys then," and just
yeah,
and just
it's a very brief, yeah.
And he said what we were saying about Eremos was impossible.
Oh yeah, because he had control of Eremos. He had control of the Black Fang Spear.
No, you don't.
He said the Black Fang Spear is under my control.
That was a perfect impression of me.
Apparently, so is Cadence.
Oh dear.
Look how well that's going for you.
It's going pretty well.
Yeah.
Still Wizard King of the world.
And then we saw that he has an Eye of Janus, which you knew before.
Yeah.
But we knew a bit more about it. We knew they're connected now.
And well, he connected them in that scene.
He connected them.
Yeah.
And he can tell when we're like jumping all over the place.
Yeah, so we can contact him through it now as well, it seems.
He hinted way back at the picnic between Justoria, the party, and him. They were like, don't really want to tell him he's got an Eye of Janus. And then, like, you know, he did definitely hinted in that scene that he already knew did an Eye of Janus because it was very unsubtly stated that he could tell they were using it. Yeah. And then obviously the party were then, at that point, because obviously we had two new people in the party at that point, they were then reminded that Janus seems to have given Magna an eye also, given that he has one fused at the top of his staff. Yeah.
Yes. Yes.
So that was just nice to repeat that confirmation for you guys. And that scene on the balcony, Arya did what she could to be as civil to try and fix Crumbar's faux pas, and then Bastiel did a wee divination ritual. Isn't that right, Bastiel? Are we scry? Sorry,
Yeah.
not divination, scry.
Scried on.
Big J.
Oh, mama.
Yes.
Yeah.
Shadow Realm.
Nope.
Nada.
Nope, you got
No,
nothing.
we found that she's
You got nothing.
potentially on a different plane because the spell didn't work.
Her spell was like, nah, sorry, mate. Sorry. Yeah.
That's right. Just didn't work.
Because remember I described it like you were pouring water into the ocean? That was the impact
Yeah.
your spell was having. Yeah. Yeah. And then obviously, I think Arya thought, she's at the ocean? I was like, no. No. But anyway, after Magna leaves you in the gardens, what happens then?
Then we decided to
Venture!
head to Forge.
Yays did.
We wanted to get our punch card, Phil.
Get a free coffee if you do this many journeys. Yeah.
all the towns.
Mhm.
You know. Mhm.
Yep, gotta collect
We
them
were, we
badges.
were going to go there first to talk to Petrovangis,
Yep.
and then to what's his face?
Oradak.
Oradak.
Mhm.
Yeah, because we didn't know he's snuffed it. But when we got there, oh my god, it's not Petrovangis, it's the white. Sitting with
Dun,
the
dun,
throne.
dun!
You could say she was keeping his throne warm, but it's made of ice and she's the Winter King, and it's really funny to say that.
And there were
She's keeping it
dragons
on ice.
everywhere.
Yeah. Like dwarves were wearing cool frosty dragon armor. You know, our dragons were chilling on piles of gold and platinum. She's like, "But you guys want?" She's like,
Dragons everywhere, but not a drop to drink.
so then, session 81, last but not least, your burden, my pleasure. Who wants to take this one?
So that was the one where we were kind of talking a bit more to the White about stuff after she basically brought us Vishal and was like,
That was
Yeah,
when she
you
brought
want-
you Vishal.
yeah,
Call
so,
reception
yeah.
ended with her being on the throne, and you're like, "Oh my god, the White's here!"
Ah,
And then they're like,
We,
Isla.
honestly, we danced around the issue a wee bit and then realised that maybe direct was the way to go.
Yes.
yes, because she kind of made that obvious. It was like, get to the point.
Yep.
It's like, will you stop me aging or something? Like,
Yes.
it's like, right. Right.
So yeah,
She's
things.
also sassy.
Yeah, so mentioned that we needed the rod of path from Vishal, and mentioned like, yo, he's to do with your brother. And so she was like, BRB.
No, you were like, "Do you know about that? Do you know who Vishal is?" And she's like, "Not yet."
Oh, that was it. Yeah, and then she kind of zipped away and zipped back, and then was just like, this guy, boom. There's like dropped him in a pile in front of us, and we're like, yeah, this guy. He's like, cool, well, go ahead. So talked to him for a wee bit. I tried searching him. He no longer has the rod of power. We found out Magna's got it.
Who from though?
Because
Yeah.
big cloud of butterflies,
Mhm.
the elf queen arrives.
Ta-da! Yep.
But yeah, yeah. So she arrives in a cloud of butterflies because why the hell wouldn't you travel? Why would you want
she's
to
like,
travel any other
So
way?
Magna has the rod of power now,
Uh,
and just leans against the throne like, "What you gonna do now, brother?" Yep.
It's that kind of way. I'm very skeptical to trusting her just now.
But you believe you can take on the Wizard King?
But she's
Well,
part of our
like
new
can.
OTP.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, I don't know anymore. Leave me alone. My brain hurts. But, I decided, right, okay, well, let's try and help Vishal because we could hopefully use him as an asset.
Before we go that far,
Bastiel-
Scott, pause just
Oh.
now. Bastiel, do you want to tell us what you do when you interact with Vishal? You go to help him up.
Vishal's kind of thrown on the ground, and I check on him. Wait, what? You sound muted.
No, carry on. I just said that. You're hearing things.
Oh.
Carry on.
Check on him, and he whispers that I shouldn't trust the white. That's
Yeah.
about it, really, from that, right?
Yeah, that was it. I just wanted that stated because he kind of leans into you. It's like, don't trust anything she says. Yeah.
It's like, but why the hell should we trust anything you say? Yeah.
Has it ever lied to you?
Penis.
Maybe.
Like Scott's head just exploded in that moment there.
That is beside the point. The
I mean,
point
he did
is,
kill you.
the point is exactly.
How much more
he is
honest
a
can you
bit
get?
of a penis.
He then
But to
obliquely
be fair, no,
threatened.
let's just say, Kylie, let's go back a bit. He only killed Crombar because Crombar killed him first.
Okay.
And both of them
I
are still
mean,
alive to talk about it.
Still.
I mean, I'm gonna stick by my point that he's a bit of a penis.
Anyway,
So
what was the gist of
anyway,
that scene?
yeah.
What was the gist of that scene, folks?
Right. So anyway, so she, don't trust her. I get up to try and help him, and as we're walking away, it's like, right, okay, he tried to get away, but I managed to restrain him, and then it was a case of we need to talk, but we're not in the right company. And Bastille was like, "Hey mate, look at this!" Blah. And Bastille, Vishal was like, "Oh, cool! What's that, shiny?" Stuck his hand down your gub and used you to teleport away. And we all kind of looked at you like,
There's more steps to
"Bro."
that I feel Bastille should say.
Mm.
Just actual details of what any of that excitement and enthusiasm and raw emotion was.
So I'm trying to communicate to Vishal that we might have something in common without actually saying that in front of the white. So I go, okay, let me show something fire-related that I have to you. Bastille dislocates his jaw to show the source to Vishal. And Vishal, his hand rockets down my throat. He like chants this, what we now know was abyssal, this hellish language. He kind of screams it in pain and then disappears. And that's the first time the source has ever done anything, really.
Apart from making you be alive?
Well, kind of. I'm kind of alive anyway. But anyway.
Sure, okay.
So, and that puzzled even the white. And I think the Elven Queen was still there at the point.
Yeah, the Elf Queen and the White just kind of looked at each other with a very quick glance that they both tried to dismiss as quickly as they'd reacted. I think Isla caught that.
Yeah.
Yes. I was just watching them.
Yeah, and they were
The
like,
whole
what the
thing.
fuck? But then quickly was like, let's try not to look like that surprised even us.
Yeah. Before he left, he also said something weird about the High Druid.
Yeah, he did.
He said something that sounded like it could have been a prophecy. The forest that walks will burn.
Yeah, he did.
Mm-hmm.
Arya was all like,
Because he's
I'm
a
the mistress of the
penis.
frame, yo. Fuck off. Get away. Back off. Aye. It's good. It was very good. Right, okay. Yeah. Anything else with the throne room and the Vishaliness? On the White and the Elf Queen? Anything else important?
Did we cover the hammer?
Nope.
No.
Like,
No. Yeah.
we established that we're not taking the hammer with us because it's safest with her. Because
We couldn't pick it up.
Also, we can't. Yeah.
Yeah,
Mainly
it wastes
that.
time. It's the
Yeah,
last
'cause
piece to
Sorry.
assemble our spear.
Sorry. Try all that again, Shan, because you were cut off by people and technology.
We established that we're leaving the hammer with the white because she can protect it, we can carry it, and Magna has assembled all the other pieces for the spear, it seems like. So we can't stop him taking that from us. It's best here.
I could stop.
Yeah, and then we leave the throne room, right?
Oh,
After
The
Crumbar-
boy
that.
wants to kill Magna.
Yeah.
You learnt that.
Yeah.
Mhm.
And then
That
she's
was-
like, "Oh, I
yeah,
can
it was-
clearly do it, but I'd rather be, celebrated than
Mhm.
like hated or whatever."
Yeah, it was definitely an optics issue for her, wasn't it? She was like, so if I kill him now, I killed the Wizard King of the world, but if he's like an asshole to the world, I look like a hero, so
Yeah.
that's better.
He's
And then Crumber's like, so are you hiding here with your hammer because you're scared of Magna, and this is like an anti-magic room? And she's like, what? Crumber had a chilly counter with possible death again.
yeah. But again, it just made me more fanboy over her. So
Mhm. Mhm.
you know,
Yeah. And then
bits
yes,
and potatoes.
you did. Yep, you decided to leave the hammer with her because let's face it, you can't take her, and that means Magna might have more trouble with her than you. So
Yeah.
that seems fair. You then left the throne room to a mini disaster scene.
I don't know. It was pretty epic considering like all that character has done is annoy me. So yeah, we went out and it was literally a flaming purge of glory as Ars was in full celestial gear, just laying waste to dwarfs.
Mhm.
And then she seen us kind of, powered off and was like, "Oh, hey Trips, what up?"
Just went back to her
Yeah.
suited mode. It's like, oh hello.
Which
There-
is kind
there
of
you
makes me glad I didn't attack her previously because I so was going to.
Beat our asses.
See,
yeah.
see that phrase, Scott? Write that down. I was glad I didn't attack them. Just write it down.
Stick it to your monitor.
Yeah.
I mean,
Mantra.
I'll commit it to forgetfulness. How about we
No.
go with that?
Right. Anyway, that is the review. We did it, guys.
Woo.
We got there through the whole
Yay!
thing. Now, what I would like to do is
Look,
Let's
it
go-
goes.
no. We don't even need to name the session because it's going to be called the story so far. And yeah, now Isla, you get to complete your goal because I did agree that if you did this, we'd do a goal. So you can move your
Yay.
help the party organize their information and assets. You can move that across. And that is
Whoop whoop.
that is our boon for this. So every day add whatever your level is times 100 in XP.
What is our level? 900.
So it's 900 we get to. Ooh, so
Big
we're at
900.
57,000.
Woohoo!
Oh, that's a nice round number.
I was gonna say, Ryan, do you want to update Adri's sheet for us, and she's
No.
not here, or
Somebody can just
okay,
remind her.
okay,
Mostly because I've got other things on my screen right now.
all right, cool.
We're on 57. We are indeed. God, that's so nice, isn't it? It's just so much nicer than all those bizarrities. Right, okay.
Oh my fucking lord! Look at Callie's work. Oh my god.
Alright, let's
The
praise every day.
MVP list.
Let's praise every day in a second. So, now that we've done this, okay, now we're going to do our wrap-up chat as normal. Because I think this is something that we should all take a wee bit of time to
Yeah.
discuss, given that we have two new people that have just been hit with the game's journey, never mind Bestial learning the first half of the game he missed. So, for the most part, that was a massive chunk of the game that existed. We've obviously cut out crazy amounts of detail to get us this abridged, shall we say. But for the most part, yeah, I think I did okay. We did good. Beyond that, though, what is? Yeah, start with you, Bastiel. Thoughts on that?
I've got a big kind of conclusion. Well, not theory.
Yeah, talk us through it. That's what this part's for.
After everything and hearing the thing about Magna and also the King of Hell, I think that Magna is the red. And
Oh,
that's because
Ooh.
Magna poses gods. He is a dragon. That's why he, you know what I mean? Like, I think that Magna's the red from everything we have. It wouldn't conflict with pretty much anything. That's why he would have presence at the Abyss. That's why he knows Vishal.
but it might all. But why would the white be against Magna then? Because obviously the white has still had contact with the red recently, so it's like
I know, but it's like we couldn't really.
doesn't hurt to ask. Doesn't hurt to ask. It's definitely a point that's.
Well, that's the thing though, because all of that is shrouded in mystery. Anything we ask Cyril or the white about the red is mysterious. There's something they're not explaining, and they don't know themselves that Magna is the red, because Cyril thinks the red is missing. That might just be him being Magna during the day.
Yeah, the Magna is just the human form, basically.
How does Cyril think the red is missing?
Well,
It's not-
my brother.
No.
She
Is
literally
that not
offered
green?
you. She offered you in the deal in her office that
Oh,
she'd get the
that-
red to
that
go
reminds-
burn all the demons.
That was
So
another thing.
how would she be able to do that if she didn't know where he was?
I think that's the
And Cyril doesn't, as you may have noticed, Cyril doesn't make deals she won't hold herself to. It seems.
I feel like it wasn't her wording like I will send my brother to the abyss.
Oh no, she said the red. She was very clear.
Yeah, but like I'm talking about, she said send him there rather than to kill demons specifically.
I don't
I
know.
think-
Just kill
I don't remember
everything.
my exact wording, but I know she was talking about the red.
I think if you connect like the abyss, and the red, and it being there, what she could have done while fulfilling her end is say, "I will send him there," and then he just appears at his place, the abyss, and just tortures all of the good guys. Like, you got the deal. He's at the abyss.
But then that implies that she's in on it.
Yeah,
You just said
What's
you
the
don't
big-
think she. But you just told me you don't think she's in on it.
I think the call warped me. I said, I think she's lying.
Okay. It just earlier when you said the white and the blue don't seem to know anything about the red. It seems to conflict with this part. Okay. Interesting theory.
Yeah.
Okay. Anything else? Your takeaway?
Well, they know that he's Magna, for that to be true. That's about the main thing, really.
So how do you
Well,
explain
out of the-
Justoria? How does that factor in? I'm quite curious about this theory.
Well, what do you
What
mean?
if the whites are mum?
Yeah, we don't know Justoria's mum, so it could be anything or anyone. And that the fact that she's a demon might not be a demon. It might be some like half dragonling, but that isn't a tiefling or a dragonborn.
I think Crombar pretty confirmed it was a demon.
Mhm.
Paladin powers. Yeah.
Actually, I did too when my thing attacked her. My guardian
Yep.
stabbed her in the
Mhm.
heart.
Yep.
It fried.
Also, if the white was
What-
Justoria's mother, Crombar, he didn't seem to give a fuck about her, did she? Remember when Arya was like, "Can you help us help Justorian?" She's like, "I don't really care about that."
Maybe she doesn't know.
Sure.
Mm.
Okay. Now,
Wibbly
let's-
wobbly timey wimey stuff.
So Bastiel's proposed
Um.
something. What's everybody else's thoughts regarding that takeaway?
It's definitely worth an ask. Like, has anyone ever seen them both in the same room together?
Well, I think some of the point is the red has never been seen in any room because 2 miles around them is fire.
Well, you know,
So-
that's just nitpicking. Like,
Sorry, that's what I'm here for.
Magna
I'll
is the
explain why
central
no one
heating of
has
Omen.
yeah.
What were we going to say, sorry, Shan? That would explain what?
It kind of explains why it's almost as if no one has been around the red. No one has seen the red or been able to get close to it.
I mean, the white just said she asked her brother about Vishal. So
Yeah,
I feel
you
like
said that. But
Yeah.
he's also a devious mastermind.
I mean, is she?
I think so, and
Okay.
it's kind of built into the word dragon.
Wow.
Mastermind.
Dragon racist. Okay, no, that's fine.
Yeah,
It's,
but
it's an interesting take. I like it. I do. Okay.
Hmm.
Anything else to take away from the review?
I've got some bullet points I made along the way.
Yeah. Okay.
That's really the big thing. remembering I had a fragment of that vampire song.
That was good. Yep.
Sarcophagus with Andy. Remembering that my hammer, my brother exists.
Yep.
Need to get him or her.
Yep.
That's everything.
Cool. Excellent. Thank you. And Serene.
Oh, me.
Yeah.
Oh, it was a long ride.
Right.
Learned about a lot of different people that
Mm.
never learned about. I've written a lot down about a lot of different people.
You've done very well.
I hope it's okay. There's a lot missing, but I'm not sure.
No, it's incredible work. Put it that way.
Yeah.
But yeah, it was actually really good to hear like the story so far, and like actually have kind of like background for some of the things that we kind of knew about. Like we didn't know kind of where the whole thing came from. About like, oh, we need the eye and the rod and the hammer and the spear and things. Like no idea where that came from. I just knew it was a thing.
And understand why I hate everyone.
Yeah.
Amber
has hate for lots of people.
It's because he thinks everybody's Magna? That's why? Or Zedreka?
They're all in on it.
They're all Magna called Zedreka. Yep.
It's good. I liked learning about like the kind of early story and how going to like the abyss and the different hellholes and things like that. Because I didn't really know about how I knew they went to the abyss, but I didn't know kind of how kind of much kind of hellhole hopping they did and things like that. But yeah, good. I feel like I know a lot more now.
Yeah, the grander
story.
context of everything is probably going to help you guys when you hear like Adri and Scott and Shan discuss things that just like, oh, you remember that time this makes sense?
Yeah,
and you're like, why does that make
yeah.
sense though? Why did it make sense?
It's like, why? Who is this person?
So
what is this place?
Plus,
who are you?
The good thing about this is if there's things that didn't make sense during the scope of the wrap-up, you now have a rough point of where to jump into the actual session videos if you cared enough to learn more about what was actually recorded in the session. Because you can go, that was about session 30, I'll go back and listen to that one. Because I feel like I want to know the answer to that, as opposed to the vagueness that we can remember years later. Because it is almost years later. Yeah, crazy. Not good. Anything else, Serene?
No, that's it.
No? Well done, is all I'm going to say for that sheet. Dear gods. So
I've
good.
not looked at it yet, but I will.
Yeah, it's chonky.
It's probably all wrong.
Let's see.
It's fine.
Oh,
it's good. It's good.
Jesus, that's epic.
So, Isla.
So, just in terms of, I have 13 pages of notes from what we've just done.
Good.
And I really feel like I have so much more context. Like, I had no concept that the Great Gold Worm was a vision with the chains. I totally thought they'd actually been there and seen him.
Right.
I was like,
well, that's for debate. I was and I wasn't.
Yeah, but that adds that kind of context to be like, okay, so like there's different things going on. I also really enjoyed all the Eremos context.
Right.
Because like, there's things there.
There's a lot
all
that
the
we kind
book
of.
stuff.
There's a lot else there, but I can like round that up later. Like I think if you talk to me and Adri about that, because obviously she's got a really good point of reference as well with them.
I think
it was almost like she. Sorry, I cut you off there.
No.
But Adri was very much a mother figure to him, and I was very much a dad figure to him. Reach was almost like an uncle, and Kitty was like a sister. Is how it almost kind of played out in the weird fucked up family.
Kitty didn't want anything to do with Eremos. She didn't give a fuck about. Like there was no, like I wouldn't even say sister. I would just say just.
That's what I mean.
Disinterested cousin.
Yeah. Because she's like, I don't like bratty kids. I was like, fair. Me neither. Like, yeah.
I'm
Mhm.
still interested, I think, in. I know you got the context that he is the Black Fang spear,
Yes,
and then that's what was used. Why was the assumption immediately that this was an aged up Eramoth? Like, was there
because
features? Did it look like
so
him but older?
because when I got my sword,
Mhm.
when I was in that weird, like black world,
Yeah.
Eremos visited me
Oh,
there,
okay.
but it was the grown-up Eremos that we have seen
Right.
killing people, not the wee
Child.
boy. Yeah.
That makes sense.
So I identified him when we seen him. I was like,
You've
yeah.
seen, yeah. Because that was one of my leaps of logic where I was like, I'm not sure I'd instantly jump to
Mhm.
this is the aged up version. I think there was more steps. So that makes sense.
Mm.
I thought there were some interesting quotes. Vishal's I serve the king of hell.
Vishal is a dick, yes.
But I think that bears more exploring. Who exactly?
Yeah. I've. Sorry, I'm just.
No. And the other one was one of the first conflicts with Justoria, and your pride will turn to ash in your mouth is an interesting detail. Oh yes, Isla and Hannah are very excited.
Good. Anything else, my dear?
Nope, I think that's me.
Crumbar?
Yes.
How was that, reliving that?
It was
What a journey.
it was a word. Yeah, it's just like fuck me. We've done so much.
Yeah, we have.
81
81 sessions, buddy.
Yeah, I know. It's just like, oh, I really wish I could go back in time and just be like, keep fucking notes, because you're gonna need them. Like I've
You say
said
this,
to Ryan,
but we have everything recorded perfectly
yes, but
in the
notes are
session, like videos.
but that's it's easier to take notes in the moment and just have followed it along that way. Like I've said to Ryan a few times, I don't know if I've mentioned it in here, but like honestly, I didn't think it would go on this long. So it's like, oh, okay. I thought it was literally going to be like, okay, we've got the Black Fang Spear, and now we need to get it to Celeste, which involves us going to here. But while doing this, we're going to try and get stopped, and we'll beat them back, get the Black Fang Spear to Celeste. She'll do some wiggity woggity stuff, and the world will be saved. Yay! Session over. Game over. But no, it's definitely not went that way at all in the slightest. So yeah, it's been good to go over it again because there's a lot of stuff that listening back to it now, I'm just like, fuck sake, that was like something that was my answer was staring me right in the bloody face. Mostly stuff to do with like the chains. I'm now thinking that Justoria also has an Eye of Janus. If she does, can we contact her using ours?
Ooh.
You know,
It's interesting. What makes you think she's got one?
well, because she used chains to shut off a portal, a hell portal.
Interesting.
Yeah. So obviously, if she done that, maybe she used an Eye of Janus to make the chains that done that. Definitely want to press a. I definitely want to see more about obviously the fact that Magna was using chains. So yeah, he knows how to do that. Again, I've got written down like, is the red the god of hell? Because I think that is definitely more likely than the red's Magna. Just because of what Vishal says of, he serves the god of hell, and him being the
King
priest
of hell.
king of hell. Was it king?
King of hell.
Same difference of almost words. But yeah, so there's definitely a couple of things to look into. Just kind of good to kind of rewind through stuff and be like, Yeah, because I think, especially for a lot of the times I felt like we've stagnated, it's like, no, we've still done shit. We've still done shit.
Yeah.
Mm.
A lot has happened in this game. A lot.
I'm glad I've been able to stick it out as well. Like, really am.
It's nice to have you and Adri from
Yeah.
the start. Yeah.
It's like I say as well as I didn't, I expected us to have moved on to another game, or even if it was a point of my life would have gotten that busy that I wouldn't be able to keep up. But I'm glad I've been able to stick this out because I
Yeah,
just
same.
as much as it fucking infuriates me sometimes, I'm glad I've been able to stick it out because it is something that
All
I
good
really
media
enjoy.
can move you emotionally. That's all I'm going to say.
As I said last time, my passion can often be misconstrued as anger, but honestly, it's just because I really care about what actually happens to us in the end. Like
And that's what
if
matters.
I did, because if I didn't, trust me, I would just be like, yay, I'm just gonna swing a sword at everything like I do when I play video games, because lol, save points. Which these don't really have save points. God, that would be a great spell.
Just need those spells, yeah, I was going to say. Quick save and quick load, yeah. I'm going to just quick save before I use all my spell slots, and I'll just burn everything down. What was the most successful? Cool. Quick load. Do that again. Yep.
Totally don't do that when finding bosses' weaknesses. No.
Definitely not, no. What I think we should do, the reason why I didn't want to do goals, is because I think you should take time to think of goals. In case the ones you have slotted change, I feel that you should take the time between now and, say, next Wednesday to maybe loop in Adri on your new thought processes. So don't do it on Wednesday, I would say do it before Wednesday and have her look
Tuesday
ASAP so that you can all be thinking about what maybe needs to be altered or refined or specified or scrapped entirely depending on the new context this story so far may have provided you guys. It might not have, but you never know. It might have. Thank you all for doing that. It was quite nice to relive some of the steps in the journey we've taken, and hopefully it serves, as I said, everybody well going forward. And the good thing is, if anybody ever wanted to catch up in the game, now they've got a jumping in point. 81 sessions in, they can just be like, oh, I can just watch that now, which is nice. Which is why it's quite a good thing to do. It's also a nice way for you guys, if you want a reminder of stuff, to jump back to this, since it isn't pouring through 81 sessions about 4 hours each. So it is good for that too, as a summary. Never mind our up-to-date NPC list, our crazy amounts of notes Hannah's wonderfully taken for us as well. Thank you for that too. Thank you to Bastiel, aka Shan, for recounting his experiences, and same for Scott and Crumper. Thank you for I say recounting, really, not recounting. You're not taking them back. You have to stick with them.
My bloody brain is broken with me. Like, I don't think I could actually tell you anything else. Like, if I was to try and remember back almost 2 years ago, I'd be like, sure, I totally know what I was doing, but the fact that I've been able to remember what make-believe character me was doing I'm happy with that.
Yeah, and then I just look at myself in the mirror sometimes, Scott, when you say things like this, and I just go, how? And then blow away into dust, given the 3 campaigns. Yeah. Whew. But anyway, thank you all. Goodbye, everybody who decided to watch this. Welcome to the journey if you're jumping in here, and also goodbye. Goodbye, Twitch.
Bye, everybody.